This is Audible.
That spelled instant remote death. No way of knowing who chose the target, who armed the missiles. Everyone was guilty, even the ship's engineer, the air traffic controller, the cook who fed everyone on board. All of them took no— He's dead. He can feel the heat from up here. Nothing and nobody remain. Their house, gone. Nicole and Brad, gone. He swerves to avoid the tornado of thick black smoke, nearly 100 yards wide. It's as if a volcano erupted. Beelining through it would be deadly. Still part of the plan, but not just yet. In a minute, maybe a minute and a half. They're visible, even without night vision. Coal-black ships blacker than the water of Coronado Bay. Which one launched the payload? Which one is responsible for this hellish inferno? No way to find out. He picks the closest one. The 6 missiles nested under the AV's nose ought to do the job. Their tech might be more advanced by 20 years, but they won't stand a chance. Not at this range. 15, 20 seconds to hit. Their defense systems won't be quick enough. Not like he stands a chance after that either. He knows the counterstrike will be instantaneous, but he's ready for it. He flicks the switch cover upward with his thumb, aims, locks onto the target, and takes 3 quick breaths. Did you find them? I glanced at Albert. The teenager shook his head. He looked exactly how he felt. Exhausted. Don't give me that look. What was I supposed to do? Bum rush those badges, hold up my fists, go toe-to-toe with the animals? If I hadn't hightailed it out of there, we wouldn't have all this iron. Ron grinned mischievously at Zor. For free, no less. Unintentionally fucked those animals. He grimaced. Of course, wearing 5 condoms wrapped in duct tape and doused in antiseptic doesn't make it much better since, well... He glanced at Aya and meekly shrugged. They were riled up, but I digress. It was the middle of the night. All 5 were at the kitchen bar. Aya took a large vitamin drink from the fridge. She looked at her hand, which seemed to fully obey her will. For now. First the job, then maintenance. It made her miserable, but she had no choice. We don't have time, she said, more to herself. Get something with lots of protein, Ron said to Zor. How's it look? Zor held out his arm for Ron to examine. The Ripper Doc took it and closely inspected the skin's surface. Not bad, he answered after a pause. No genitals growing out of your forehead either, as far as I can see. But I'd need you on the chair at the clinic to do a proper checkup. That's a 20-minute ride, Zor said. If the animals recognized me, they'll be waiting there. That's a 20. Why would they recognize you? You're sitting in the car at least 60 feet away. Drink your protein shake, Ron said, avoiding the subject. How come they let you go, anyway? Some young detective came over. I shrugged. Said we were free to go. Just like that. Slippery as eels, you two. As usual. Ron went over to the fridge. Who wants a drink? And by that, I mean a real drink. Considering I have the most important meeting of my career tomorrow, Melina blew a cloud of smoke up toward the ceiling. Count me in. I'll take a whiskey. 12-minute aged. Only got 12 second. Warden make contact? Zor asked. No, but I have an idea. Ron placed 2 plastic cups on the counter. There were no glasses. Probably the best idea anyone's ever had in the history of ideas. No joke. Spit it out, Zor interrupted. We steal that container from Warden and just keep it. Everyone stared at Ron in surprise. You could hear a pin drop. Why? What would we need it for? Aya asked. Warden's already paying us $500,000. Because it's worth way more than that. Melina shook her head, putting out her cigarette and reaching for the cup with amber liquid. Doesn't matter what the container's worth, Zor said. All that matters is that Warden's paying us $500,000. That's the whole point of a fixer. But just think about it. $500,000 divided by 5 is $100 each, Ron insisted. Doesn't come out to a whole lot in the end. No one's splitting anything, Zor said. You're going to buy yourself a new arm and fix up Aya. Rest we'll use to buy better weapons and gear up for the next job. Then we can start splitting. Better if we just go all in, Ron argued. Who knows if we'll ever get another job? We won't if we screw over Warden. That's for sure. No one would ever work with us again. Unless Warden kills us first, Melina added. Or at least he'd be the first in line to. She downed the cup and shot a glance toward Ron. Now, let's get some sleep. Got a big day tomorrow. Aya followed them with her gaze. Job first, then maintenance. This was new. The unknown device identified itself as ARS-03, within wireless range, which meant it was somewhere close. Either in this building, ARS-03, or the one next to it. Albert enabled all the ICE he had and attempted to establish a connection. Denied. Polite, but firm. He tried a less delicate approach using different protocols. Same response. He discarded the fleeting thought to try to hack it. Without knowing what it was, he had no idea how it would react to outright aggression. What intrigued Albert most was the response time. He checked the interval from the moment he transmitted the query to the polite denial. It was so minuscule as to be nearly unmeasurable. Whatever ARS-03 was, it was insanely fast. Quiet metallic clicks seeped into cyberspace. He toggled to the living room camera. Zor was tinkering with the weapons. Nothing to worry about. Albert closed the feed, blocked all sounds from real space, and embarked on a careful examination of the mysterious device. He disassembled the sniper rifle in the middle of the living room and examined every component one more time. The Candyman from Kabuki wasn't lying. It really was in near-perfect condition. In his mind, he remembered how to use this kind of rifle. The question was whether his body did too. Target tracking and laser homing definitely helped, but that wouldn't get the job done on its own. Aya stood behind him and laid her hands on his shoulders. Her touch made Zor lose interest in what he was doing. It was comforting. He stood up and faced her. She was nearly a head shorter than him. He kissed her on the forehead and immediately felt like a gonk. She grabbed the back of his neck and pressed her lips against his. She led him by the hand into their room. She closed the door, leaned back against it, and lifted off his shirt. Then she pushed him onto the bed, unzipped his pants, and pulled them off each of his bare feet. The mattress was pleasantly cool. Corpo Plaza's faint, diffuse neons poured through the window. The positional lights of NCPD drones blinked methodically in the night sky. It was past 2 a.m, and the hum of the city at this height barely reached them. They both knew sleep wouldn't come quickly. Melina's rising and falling sighs were audible from the next room. It was impossible not to surrender to the moment. Aya took her shirt off. Zor pulled off his boxers in reply. None of their movements felt natural, fluid. He felt clumsy. She, graceless. It only heightened the tension. She focused, and thought commanded her body to release what she called her feminine wiles. Only this time, she was ready to let them overpower her, too. It didn't fail. Zor and Aya's awkward uncertainty seemed to disappear. Their control, along with it. He couldn't sleep. It was a waste of time anyway. He floated in cyberspace, helplessly staring at the paltry amount of data gleaned from the mysterious device. His most delicate attempts at forcing it to cooperate came back with the same polite refusal. He'd have to let it go for now. There were plenty of other things on his plate. He enabled the live streams from all cameras in the unit, and instantly regretted it. If the idea of human evolution from one generation to the next seemed imperfect to him, the method via which new generations were created was downright revolting. The division into two sexes and pointless rituals just to find a mate to produce offspring with the highest chance of adapting and surviving was unfathomable. Not to mention the procreative act itself. Gross. The exchange of bodily fluids, the touching, squeezing, and rubbing of various parts. At the end, you got another prototype that wasn't even an improvement on its predecessor. The variations weren't intentional, but random. It couldn't be programmed. You couldn't influence the end result. It was absurd, wasteful, and inefficient. The world was changing too quickly to waste time and energy on shooting in the dark. Gross. Her hand running along the short bristles of his hair made a whooshing sound. She imagined that's what wind through tall grass must have sounded like. The sky was turning pink. It'd be less than an hour till sunrise. They lay together in the rumpled sheets. Her mom worked at Mary's, Aya explained. One day she crawled under the wrong guy's skin, and the next she was gone. Never even found the body. I took in Juliana for what was meant to be just one night. She was almost 7, completely unself-aware. She didn't have any family. There wasn't anybody who could take her. So she stayed. Our neighbor Molly babysat her when I'd go to work. She shifted onto her side and wrapped her arms around Zor, spooning him. She squeezed his hand. I can't have kids, she whispered. Juliana is all I have. And you, she wanted to say. Zor drew her closer to him. We'll find her, he said without hesitation. We'll get her back and go to San Francisco. Would they really? In a few hours, everything would change. Tomorrow, no, today, he'd achieve his life's goal, which meant he gazed through the window at the city he hated, though he'd never known any other. Just last evening, he'd planned how they would divide the money from Warden. But what he was about to do by late morning today meant that none of it would even matter. The two canceled each other out. He felt a struggle between two different forces taking place within him, two opposing identities. He wanted to say something else, something smart, important. He turned to Aya. She was already fast asleep. You're so much like Nicole, he said, nearly soundlessly. The red glare of the Aero Zepp's navigation lights hovering over the North Side Industrial District exposed the dim interior of what used to be an office, along with other leftovers now furnished with a black armchair, a switched-off console, a row of cabinets and containers used for storing substances that were more or less legal. The bed in the large room was a recent addition. Stop thinking about it. Carla rested her head on Dum-Dum's chest. Royce will find us anywhere. She was right, on both counts. True, he couldn't stop thinking about it. True, Royce could find them anywhere if he had a reason to look, such as if Dum-Dum decided to take the container himself. He analyzed all the possible outcomes as if playing a difficult game of chess. He didn't like surprises. Right now, he was still a long way off from committing to a move. Carla eavesdropped on his thoughts in a pleasant state of half-sleep. It worried her that she couldn't tell the difference between what was simulation and what were his actual plans. Dum-Dum didn't want to cut her off. She would soon drift off anyway. Why clep a bunch of patrol drone batteries? Not the hottest-selling commodity. Tough to offload even with the right contacts, especially in that amount, which meant they were using it for their own purposes, most likely something to do with whatever was inside the container. Dixie was asleep, wrapped around Carla's back as if in fear she would abandon him. She stretched and murmured. She liked to fall asleep while feeling him brushing up against her thighs. Dum-Dum stalled with going into regen. Everything had to be perfect, which meant he had to play out every single scenario in his mind. No signs of life came from Juliana in the other room. When that evening Dixie had given her a tablet complete with games, she had chosen one and immediately lost herself within it. She rapidly excelled, too, as if she played nonstop. Sussed out the mechanics instantly, unlike the way she navigated real life. Didn't get scared at all when Carla killed that old lady. Not even a hint of surprise. Went with them willingly. Didn't try to run. She obediently stayed where they'd put her. The door wasn't locked. She didn't once try to open it. Maybe she was sleeping. Or still playing. The real question was whether she was valuable enough to force the impromptu gang to cooperate. He ought to have been more nervous. He'd been waiting for this day for years, but he remained as calm as if he were simply walking into the store for a pack of smokes. Someone could wonder why he had a long bag slung over his shoulder, but it would be hard to imagine anyone acting on their curiosity. Badges, maybe, or a ganger. Wasn't hard to avoid the former. The latter didn't show much sign of activity at this time of day. Zor walked the length of the block and turned into the building's dimly lit atrium. He'd never been here, but for some reason knew this was the place. The access panel was offline, but the old door opened inward with a push. Only a single elevator worked, but instead, he took the stairs to avoid bumping into any denizens. 30th floor. The buildings in this area didn't go any higher. 11:30. Outside elevators. The only intel Melina had given him. The rest, he'd need to figure out on his own. He didn't even break a sweat. His body temperature was automatically regulated by one of his newly chipped implants. Another managed his glucose levels. The rooftop elevator house that housed motors and other equipment also turned out to be a repository of various objects that had outlived their owner. Most likely, the old building manager. How did he know all this? The door's hinges were rusted. Nobody had even bothered breaking in here. Looking out from the inside, he could see the summits of the Corpo Plaza towers. It was the perfect marksman's perch. Concrete all around, except for the opening for his rifle. How did he know this was where he was supposed to go? 10:13. Just an hour until showtime. Though that was only an estimate. It could easily take 2. He assembled the rifle and gave it a once-over, then dragged a mattress in front of the doorway. Despite probably lying here for years, it was completely intact. 100% synthetic. It had probably looked the same in 1,000 years. He knelt in a meditative pose and spent 5 minutes clearing his head of any emotions and thoughts that were not pertinent to this mission. Then, he positioned himself on the foam, linked all his systems to the rifle's interface, and pulled up all data related to humidity, air pressure, and crucially, the speed and direction of the wind between the barrel and the target, all transmitted directly into his neural network. The mattress was a little damp, but Zor's focus was on the elevators running along the exterior of the tower 1.2 miles away, clearly visible from here. There was no chance he'd recognize his target from this distance, much less through 2 panes of glass, maybe 3. That's why whenever the elevator descended from its zenith, a set of lasers operating at variable frequencies would scan its interior for the correct facial pattern. If facial recognition was confirmed, he could take the shot. Sinking the ship 7 years ago was supposed to be his revenge. Far from it. It only gave him more incentive. It wasn't those carrying out orders who were to blame, but those who issued them. He tweaked his optics, though it wasn't paramount. He loaded a semi-guided bullet into the chamber and paired it to his ballistics coprocessor. With a microsecond ping, one of the lasers calibrated his scope for the next few seconds. He'd have to repeat the process again before the shot. Hopefully, the tower security system wouldn't detect it. He lay flat on his stomach and kept his index finger resting above the trigger. It was just him, the rifle, and the tower. Nothing else existed. Were AVs more secure than armored limos? Debatable. If a car's engine was disabled, it would simply come to a halt. You couldn't say the same for an AV. In spite of being head of security, Stanley wasn't punctilious on the issue of his own personal safety. Years in the Army had trained him to distance himself from any and all potential threats, and to take a statistics-based approach to security. The devil was in the data, after all. Still, when it came to getting around the city, he'd take a car any day over the prospect of flying around in an AV and being unable to find a convenient landing space. He got out in front of Militech HQ. The driveway was designed to nullify the activity of any potential snipers. Defensive elements were ingeniously disguised as ornament, like the majestic-looking fountain or the memorial plaque a dozen feet high with the names of workers who died 7 years ago in the Unification War. He entered the main hall, showed his ID, and passed through the security gate despite the guards' protest. They seized him, nearly tackling him to the ground, before dragging him back through the scanner. 2 guards farther down the hall preemptively primed their rifles. By now, this was an age-old tradition. He would try to slide past security, and they would stop and scan him, no exceptions. They knew perfectly well who he was. They'd seen him every day for years. He himself enforced these procedures and mercilessly fired any who shied from inspecting him. All in the name of data-driven security. I'll be blunt, Katsuo-san. We can't agree to a pact founded at best on vague assumptions. It makes no shred of difference whether you offer 10% or 20% of access to something if you have no notion what it is. If we don't know what this agreement rests on, we'll have no way of making sure Arasaka holds up its end of the bargain. It will place us in an awkward situation. Militech's situation does not only seem awkward, it very much is. Project Aeneas is 100% reliant on Arasaka technology. Technology that failed during the incident of 62. We have had plenty of time since then to shore up our weaknesses and enhance the necessary safeguards. So has the other side, Melina Conley retorted. Let's suppose they have surpassed us in computing power, artificial intelligence, the speed of solution implementation, maybe even creativity. That's why we have to know what we're up against. You assume that the other side will be benign, Katsuo-san. Experience indicates just the opposite. That is why we have adopted additional defensive measures. Filtering, multiple circuit breakers, and anything else deemed necessary. Katsuo replied, with equal composure. In addition, of course, to completely isolating the site of the experiment. A short break was in order. He'd been waiting for half an hour. He stood up, did a few squats, and other basic exercises before shutting his eyes. He was half conscious of the systems within him running a full-body muscle relaxing procedure, though he paid it no attention. The mission was all that mattered. He knew that the target could appear in the kill zone at any moment. It was an inherent, calculated risk. Within 30 seconds, he was back in position, reunited with his weapon. Whole. In addition to the semi-guided round in the chamber, he had 3 others waiting in the clip, inactive, just in case, even though he wouldn't need them. Zora's partial view of the tower meant a 20-second visual on the descending elevator. The bullet's flight time was just shy of 4 seconds. If it missed, loading the next bullet, pairing it, calibrating the scope, and taking another 4-second shot would add up to a total of 23 seconds. It was either the first bullet or nothing. 1.2 miles, a distance that was dangerously close to the rifle's maximum effective range. The slightest disturbance in the bullet's trajectory, and it would miss its target wide. He could really use that second shot. The distance combined with light reflected from the glass and waves outside the visible spectrum muddied his perception. He realized he couldn't count on a direct hit. He replaced the precision round in the chamber with its explosive counterpart. In a fraction of a second, it would turn everything inside the elevator into goop. There wouldn't be any bodies to recover. What if it's not enough? If the other side turns out to be hostile? If that happens, we ought to have every last security measure at our disposal. We should be united in our defense. How am I to understand that? What exactly are you asking from us? Melina hesitated, though her next words had been rehearsed. We want our researchers to be involved in Project Aeneas. Katsuo stared at her for a few moments. I am afraid that is out of the question. She hadn't expected any other answer. If she were in Katsuo's place, she would have said the same, or even withdrawn from the negotiation earlier. She would have killed for a cigarette. But that was also out of the question. She tried to discern anything in Katsuo's behavior that might reveal whether he was involved in her attempted kidnapping the day before yesterday. In spite of her talent, experience, and countless implants, he was unreadable. A blank page. If not him, then who? Stanley? He was always kind to the bartenders, though he never flirted with them. He frequented the bar on the ground floor and remained polite. He tipped well. The meals weren't exactly the healthiest, so he only permitted himself breakfast. His excuse? That breakfast had to be calorie-packed. Healthy eating was reserved for lunch and after. Stanley was less an early bird than a night owl. He worked late and got up late. That didn't bother anyone, since Militech's operations stretched across multiple time zones, which unfortunately also meant unexpected calls in the middle of the night. Today was not that day. Today, everything would go according to plan. He'd finish eating his criminally delicious, equally unhealthy stack of pancakes drenched in real maple syrup and ride the elevator up to his office. Through the elevator house's doorway, he gazed at the tower's top 30 stories. He was relatively well hidden from any NCPD patrol drones. He could go outside, position himself against the ledge, and have a view of 100 floors, which would give him the chance for a second shot. Too risky. The drones would spot him in less than a minute. Risk. This mission was less risky than it was a death wish. The moment he pulled the trigger, it would be only a matter of time before their military or corporate defense systems would trace the bullet's trajectory right back to his position. How much time did he have to make a run for it? He hadn't even considered it. The purpose of his existence would end at the same moment as the target's life. He knew it wouldn't bring back Nicole and Brad, Nothing would. But this man had to answer for his crimes, just like Juliana's kidnappers would answer for theirs. He ought to have been focusing on the task at hand, not letting his thoughts wander. And yet, while he maintained his aim at the top of the tower, he couldn't locate the pure, unthinking hatred toward the man he was about to kill. He wanted to end his life, was perfectly capable of it. But for some reason, it was no longer the be-all and end-all. And no, it wasn't because the bastard would die in a split second without knowing why. Juliana. Even though they'd never met, he couldn't stop thinking about her. One thing was certain. If he succeeded in his mission, Zor's chances of survival were slim to none. Who would rescue her then? Ron? Aya? Who'd get the money to repair Aya's implants? He could see them before his eyes, their entire, miserable, impromptu gang of misfits. It didn't add up. None of it. Warden's original plan worked only out of sheer dumb luck. Stop thinking about it. How the hell was he supposed to get this out of his head? His palms were clammy. Was his temp control malfunctioning? No. He couldn't do it. His nerves were shot. Natural. Totally natural. It'd pass any second. You're aware of the consequences if this project comes to light. Big mistake. She was making it on purpose. Should that occur, then the nature of our negotiation will also be revealed. Katsuo's expression remained unchanged. The real one, not the cover story about cooperating in Africa. Our talks have lasted 1 month, which means that Militech has known about Project Aeneas for a month. Instead of notifying the proper authorities, all you have done is try to carve out a slice of the pie. I am afraid your threat to reveal our mutual secret has lost its sting. He stood up. Melina did the same. Katsuo gave a slight bow of the head and made his way toward the door. The negotiation had ended without success. A second coffee would help him focus. He preferred natural methods. Of course, he had an arsenal of intraoral substances that could be instantly dispensed via thought command, but he didn't use them unless it was absolutely necessary. Coffee would do just fine. Stanley sat motionless with his hands folded on the table as he read the progress report of a project accessible only to him. Events were approaching a crucial stage. It didn't matter if he read it here or in his office 100 floors up. Everything else could wait. He took another sip of his coffee. 20 region. Only what if the target appeared during? His combat capabilities and firing precision were decreasing with every minute. A break was necessary. Zor laid the rifle on its side, closed his eyes, and repeated his basic exercises. 30 seconds? He could shorten it to 25. No, skirting protocol never ended well. It had to be 30, no more or less. But was it effective under time pressure? In spite of all the thoughts rushing through his head. Eliminate the target. No second thoughts. Except revenge was only noble in stories. The cost was much, much higher in real life. Not just for the Avenger, but for their loved ones, too. Juliana wasn't his loved one. Get a grip. So then, what was Aya? He could emerge from the elevator shed at any moment, acquire the extra time needed for that second shot. He wouldn't have a mattress to lie down on, but the cyberware Ron implanted in him could stiffen his body, save for the muscles and joints needed to aim and fire. The option was there. After all, he wasn't planning on making an escape. Until now. Stanley paid for his coffee and left his usual tip. The subject had become difficult to steer, but that was the entire goal, autonomy. Lab testing, simulations. None of it worked. Risks had to be taken. Stanley had no influence over it, because he didn't want it. That made worrying wholly unnecessary. Without any hurry, he headed toward the elevators. What was eating at her? That the man who had tried to kidnap her, maybe even kill her, was about to die? That the negotiation was a failure? The chance of success was slim to begin with? Or was it because this was the end of the line for her? Militech most likely wasn't planning on keeping her around much longer. To hell with it. She was done with this job anyway. The rest of her life. How long was that? 30 years? 40? A few minutes from now? Having no goal, no challenge, was a kind of death in itself. Shame she hadn't asked Zor what one does after they've achieved it. Their purpose. If anyone knew, it would be him. She went into the hallway. The young assistant, whose name she never found out, patiently waited behind the doors. He was affable in a manner that forbade open refusal and impoliteness, yet demanded compliance. When he indicated the way to the elevator, he simultaneously positioned himself so as to block any return once she had passed him. Unnecessary in her case, but nonetheless customary. Though he would never dared touch her, she felt as if he was almost mentally shoving her forward, urging her to go faster. In spite of that, she slowed down. Katsuo was waiting in front of the elevators. Surprised, her steps briefly lost their rhythm. Too late. He had noticed. Why did she care? The negotiation was already over. "This is the last time we will ever see each other," he said. "I'd like to say goodbye by taking a moment to admire the night city skyline together from a height of 2,500 feet. The assistant approached him. Katsuo shot him a few quick words in Japanese. In vain. A brief standoff ensued. The young man came closer. Katsuo stopped him with an outstretched hand. The gap between Katsuo's palm and the assistant's chest must have been barely an inch. They stood like that, neither backing down. For the first time, they had something like anger. The assistant finally drew away with a slight bow. Melina understood what had just happened. The assistant wanted to accompany Katsuo in the elevator. After all, that was his duty. But Katsuo refused. The outcome was inevitable. It was clear whose authority superseded whose, and yet for some reason, this ritual had to be played out regardless. Though Melina was just an observer, she felt the intensity of their emotion. The assistant would most likely suffer serious consequences. In Militech and other Western corporations, the rules could be bent, shifted, adapted to one's own needs. In Arasaka, they seemed sacred and almost opaque, as if submerged under centuries of tradition. "Was he afraid for your safety?" she asked when the assistant left, his head lowered. "I do not doubt that my death would be cause for celebration at Militech, but I highly doubt they would use you to carry it out. I will not lie. We conducted thorough research on you before commencing our negotiation." That's why Warden chose me, Melina thought. Plain, ordinary, not a threat to anyone. The elevator doors opened. Katsuo motioned for her to enter. She hesitated before going in. She'd never felt more tense in her life. Before her, the unreal vista of Night City spread out before her, including Haywood, specifically the areas with 30-story-high apartment buildings. How long would the rest of her life last? Half a minute? A quarter? Sticking around after was pointless. The goal was to eliminate the target. Who said he had to die too? He could leave everything behind and lie low somewhere, most likely with the nomads. Months, at least. Maybe for good. Aya would have to get by on her own. Positive match. His finger hovered over the trigger. His heart rate didn't change in the slightest. He had everything under control. Somewhere in the back of his mind, the countdown had begun. 6 seconds. The elevator was descending. It was the moment he'd waited years for. Only 3 seconds until it went away again forever. Shouldn't he be feeling something? Excitement? Joy? Positive match. 3 seconds. He would finally avenge his wife and son, whose faces he remembered as if through a thick fog. He'd leave Aya behind. Was this what it was all for? All those years of hiding, shitty jobs, insects, grime and filth. Positive match. 3 seconds. Aya would have to get by on her own. 2 sec. He pulled the trigger. He did it. Confirmed. It worked. He insisted on speeding the process up beyond acceptable limits. He got what he wanted. So, it worked. The readings fluctuated wildly, dangerously approaching the critical threshold, but staying just below it. Everything's working, OP3 reaffirmed with excitement. Metrics are high, but still within the norm. Cortisol inhibitors on standby. It really worked, OP2 repeated. In spite of their excitement, they still had to contain the situation. They checked everything that could go wrong and anxiously watched the monitors while simultaneously filtering streams of data on their retinal displays via Neuralink. Gradually, they began to convince themselves. The project was a success. We have 20 seconds of secure conversation, Katsuo said. What do you... Melina struggled to collect her thoughts. She didn't know Zor's plan, only assumed that he would use a sniper with guided ammunition. 18 seconds, Katsuo said. You are invited to dinner at my home. Bring your husband, partner, anyone in order to avoid suspicion. 7 p.m. Here is the address and code to enter. He placed a card in her hand. Surprised, Melina stuffed it in her purse. She couldn't focus. Every second she expected a hole to appear in the glass. She wondered if she was in danger standing this close to Katsuo. Shrapnel, maybe. Thank you. She avoided his eyes. Can I ask why, though? Luckily, her nervousness wasn't obvious. She had a right to act surprised. There is something you can offer me that can result in Militech and Arasaka cooperating. It can only come from you. She gazed out at Haywood's stumpy buildings, perfectly visible through the double-paned glass. The weather was perfect. Their windows, antennas, and chrome plating, once signs of a bygone elegance, glimmered in the sun. His optics zoomed in on the bullet in real time, sharpening his view of its trajectory. The target in the elevator was a pixelated blur highlighted in a distinct square outline. All Zor had to do now was keep the bullet and the reticule in his field of vision. With other sniper rifles, you could shoot and forget. But with this one, he had to guide the bullet to the very end. The matte gold spindle soared toward the elevator in slow motion. Zor's reflex booster made everything 10, 20 times slower, as if submerged in oil. His rifle's laser pinged back and forth, constantly adjusting the bullet's trajectory based on the actual and predicted movement of the wind and other objects in the air. In 15 minutes, the entire NCPD and Arasaka's corporate divisions would be hunting him. Not only did he have no escape plan, he didn't have even a getaway ride. No, running away wouldn't be enough. Far from it. even if by some miracle he pulled it off, completely dropped off the radar, they'd still find the others. It wouldn't be all that hard either, and no one would survive. The bullet closed in on the jittering reticule. Half a second, which amounted to a few seconds in booster time. More time for doubt. Quick, sudden death from a bullet from an unknown direction allows no time for thought. You wouldn't know where you went wrong or what you did to deserve it. You wouldn't even realize that you were dead. Instant, oblivious death. No, that's not what Zor was after. He had to die knowing who took his life and why. That would require meeting face to face. But how? Half a second. Plenty of time to think. He didn't need it. He'd already made up his mind. He shifted the square reticule toward the ocean in the gap between the towers. Black rain battering the windshield. Coal-black ships, blacker than the water of the Coronado. Which one launched the payload? Which one is responsible for this hellish inferno? No way to know for sure. No way of knowing which of these sleek black destroyers contained the motherfucker who pressed a red button that spelled instant remote death. No way of knowing who chose the target, who armed the missiles. Everyone was guilty, even the ship's engineer, the air traffic controller, the cook who fed everyone on board. All of them took Nicole and Brad from him. Land immediately. His commander's voice pierces through the interference. Rain battering the windshield, black with soot, blazing tornadoes tower over the apartment complexes, half a mile high, maybe a mile, a black cloud looming over it, visible because it obscures any and all stars. From that black cloud comes the black rain, condensed moisture, previously turned into steam from fire, ground moisture. Human body moisture. Oily black rivulets streak across the glass. He picks the nearest ship. 6 missiles ought to do the trick. They won't have time to react. They're old gin, but there's no way they can shoot down all of them. It's enough if 2 hit their target. He looks at his hand, gripping the joystick with aversion. He can't imagine any other place he ought to be. It's a 900-foot drop down to his unit, engulfed in flames along with hundreds of others. One massive firestorm. No other time or place he'd fit. Once he presses the button, he'll have less than a minute to live. Minute and a half if, once the salvo lands, he turns back and immediately pushes the throttle. But what's a few more seconds of life compared to the sight of an exploding Arasaka battleship? He flicks up the joystick's cover with his thumb. He aims, confirms the target, takes 3 quick breaths, and presses the button. There's no launch button, only smooth plastic. Chapter 12. His mother smiles, reaches out her hand to steady him in case he loses his balance and falls. He's learning how to walk. These could even be the first steps he's ever taken. If it wasn't for the memory reading process running in the background, he'd never have access to such early recollections. As he goes deeper, sifts further, a feeling from his childhood, a smell, maybe, floats up from the depths of his memory, becoming more potent every few hours whenever he enters a state of half-sleep. He didn't allow himself real sleep anymore. Waste of time, which there was increasingly less. Their impromptu gang was getting more attention than it needed. Subconsciously, Albert knew from his time using a cyberdeck that just because you don't see something doesn't mean it isn't there. If half this city was looking for a priceless container stolen by a ragtag bunch of amateurs, then the probability of them getting caught was extremely high. It wasn't only the container's contents that everyone wanted to get their hands on, but nipping the new competition in the bud before it got too powerful. Albert didn't care about power. He just wanted time to finish the Taron, which meant he would need more money and better security. Not for long, a week or two. Then he wouldn't need anything anymore. At least not from real space. He missed his mother. No, stop it. Think of something useful, more productive. Triangulation, a process Albert had learned courtesy of his data extractions. The concept itself intrigued him. It provided an easy method for locating any point in cyberspace. He even wrote a simple script that used a network of transmitters to triangulate any device emitting a particular frequency. Due to the transmitter's limitations, it wasn't completely precise, but enough to tell Albert where the device that interested him the most was located. ARS-03. If it was detectable from this distance, it must have had a solid transmitter. Once he discovered what it was, the realization that ARS-03 could help him carry out his plan was immensely satisfying. Come to think of it, he hadn't felt this good in a long time. Haywood. The coffee was even worse than she expected, but that's not what she had come for. I could have died today. Melina took a sip and grimaced. It was at least 3 tiers worse than the one at her office. Would have been my own fault, too. Walked into an elevator that I might never have walked out of again. She thought for a moment. It almost felt a little bit exciting. Now it seems pathetic. Nothing happened. I'll probably just get fired. Do you like your job? Aya asked. I did. I fucked up. Badly. Didn't win, but I still have a chance to minimize the losses. Probably wishful thinking. What are you doing? Aya stared at her hand, tightly gripping the coffee mug. She couldn't let go. She grabbed her wrist with her other hand. Didn't help. I can't. The cup cracked, splashing coffee across the entire table. Her hand resumed its functions. Sorry, Aya whispered. What the hell was that? Melina grabbed Aya's hand to check for cuts. Is this what Zor was talking about? The waiter didn't need a signal to wipe the table and bring another coffee stat. The impeccably dressed corpo probably made more in a few minutes than he earned in an entire day. He served Aya another coffee, this time in a disposable cup. It's a long story. Aya shook her head. I'm not in any rush. Melina gave her a subtle, trademark smile. Have you ever lost money? A lot of it, I mean. Yeah. Got sick one time. Couldn't work. Burned through all my savings. How much? Around 200 eddies. I lost 11 billion today. Aya's hand froze around her replacement cup. Not my own, of course. Melina inserted the cigarette into the holder and lit up. And that's just the lowest estimate. Who knows how high it could go. Never did ask what you did for a living. I negotiate. I'm a pole dancer. Or at least I used to be. It's in the past now. That part of my life is over. You probably think I'm in over my head. Our jobs aren't all that different, you know. We work for as much as someone is willing to pay. So, I'm a gonk for making a living using my body, is that it? You can do whatever you want for a living. I'm just saying, it's time for a change. New horizons have opened up. We just have to start walking down the path. Meaning the impromptu gang? Aya shook her head. All I want to do is find Juliana. The gang is our launch pad, our best chance. Only yesterday I was against it. Now, I don't know. Do you have a better plan? I just told you. I want to find Juliana. By yourself? Melina blew a cloud of smoke upward and chuckled anxiously. Trust me, you don't want to go it alone. This can still go all kinds of wrong. The first to go in Night City are the loners, the ones without powerful friends at their side. For some, that's a corp, others, a gang. It's not who you are that counts. It's what you're a part of. Why do you think the police let you go? Because they got bored. Aya shrugged. She raised the cup to her lips with her other hand. They didn't have any proof, she answered. That's what it seemed like, at least. Sounds to me like someone got you out because they needed you. Warden. Try higher. Could be someone he works for. Aya sighed and took a few sips of her coffee. I used to have a lot of friends when I was little, 15 years ago. Every day we would play on the block outside. There was always some gang war going on, but we didn't care because it had nothing to do with us. Then that red-haired kid, I can't remember his name, got hit by a stray bullet. That's when we started being more careful. Whenever we heard shots or saw a car driving slowly, we'd scatter. One day, 2 cars rolled up. The shooting must have lasted for several minutes. When the dust settled, nobody came out of the building. We waited, but the cars just stayed there. Eventually, we couldn't help ourselves. 4 of us, maybe 5. We went in. Bodies everywhere, riddled with bullets. Would have bolted out of there if the place wasn't filled with terminals, the kind the military used. Still intact. We started playing with them. They were the coolest things we'd ever seen. I was only 10 years old, but I should have known better. I grew up in a family where nobody had much time for me. First, my dad died in an accident at the factory. Then diabetes took my mom. Had to do everything on my own. I didn't understand the world until that moment. All I remember was a flash. I lost my hands and feet in the explosion. The temperature of the electrical blast cauterized my wounds. Otherwise, I would have bled out. My friends, they all ran away. Left me there to die alone. Lived like that for a year. Till this day, I don't know how I ate, drank, dressed myself. The chrome I had would always break. It was a dark time. I buried it all somewhere deep inside. But I still remember all the people who helped me, not my friends from the block, but total strangers who didn't expect anything in return. Mrs. Newell and her husband. They're the ones who gave me this. She raised her hand and moved her fingers. They were in perfect working order now. I got a second chance at a normal life. That's why you are taking care of Juliana now, Melina said. Aya thought for a moment. Maybe, she nodded. I never thought of it that way. I just know that strangers help me out of the goodness of their hearts. Sounds impossible for Night City, but it's the truth. That kindness is what I hold on to. I'm sure you can figure out the rest on your own. This stays between us, though. The cyberware from Militech was an offer I couldn't refuse. She raised her completely Gannic-looking hands. Didn't come for free, either. I do jobs from them from time to time. That place with the terminals. Melina gave her a tense look. Was it a Voodoo Boys hideout? I think so, yeah. Must have been Voodoo Boys. Didn't really get a good look at them. My memory only came back a few weeks after it happened. When I woke up in the hospital, the only thing I remembered was my name. Melina pulled Aya toward her and hugged her tightly. And here I was about to confide in you. Got him, Albert cried out and jumped to his feet. The C-Link connector in the back of his head, a window appeared. footage from a CCTV camera. Albert zoomed in on a pile of trash next to an old brick building. A woman in a skin-tight leather suit was kneeling and hugging a man sitting cross-legged in front of the wall. His body twitched every few seconds. Next to them stood a tall, nearly bald man in a leather coat. "This is how they found me," Albert explained. "The one on the ground is their netrunner." An NCPD patrol car rolled past and slowed, but didn't stop. That's when the man in the coat turned. 7 red optics in the center of his forehead. "Maelstrom," Zor said. "Ruffled their feathers in Northside after we hit that warehouse." The woman brushed away the damp white hair from the boy's forehead and helped him to his feet. Then all 3 got into a black Villafort and drove away. The recording puts us at an advantage. Their runner's a script kiddie using Tier 1 tech, an insect compared to us. Dum-Dum heard Dixie thought speak, then answered, "I wouldn't be so sure." "Playing it safe would be an exaggeration," Carla chimed in. Maybe not." Dum-Dum at the time had briefly scanned Zor before the elevator doors closed. He didn't find any combat wear, but there was something major in his head, an implant the likes of which Dum-Dum had never seen before, and Dum-Dum knew his chrome. He stood next to the grimy window, holding a cup of Scop smoothie, and gazed out onto the Arasaka waterfront from the 20th floor. Lot of freight coming in and out. Crews would descend on the city come nightfall, hit all of Night City's famous clubs. Cab drivers needed to be reminded who they really worked for. Same applied to the autonomous cabs and those who tweaked their algos. If a client said, "Take us to the best club in town," it better be owned by Maelstrom. Dixie went over to the terminal and began transmitting the orders. Boys downstairs could deal with the chores. Here, upstairs, they had more important shit to deal with. Getting their hands on the container was worth delegating other matters, even at the cost of a momentary dip in their profit stream. They had to play this smart, discreet. Renner didn't deserve any particular respect, but starting a war with South NC wasn't in anyone's interest. Carla practiced her favorite martial art, created by none other than herself, body cutting. The tips of her blades barely penetrated the outline of the holographic mannequin in quick, surface-level cuts before she quickly jumped back beyond the reach of her opponent's blades. No single cut was fatal, but make enough of them, and the blood loss alone would take down any opponent no matter how big. Dum-Dum watched her. Though she trained in the nude, he felt no excitement. In a world where you could have everything, it was hard to enjoy anything. A martial art perfectly suited for a hollow mannequin, he thought spoke. Carla smiled to the extent her cybermodel face permitted. The time will come. You'll see. Dum-Dum raised his gaze to Dixie. Time to make our offer. Do it. The Delamain cab wove its way through traffic. Melina skimmed the reports on her tablet. She was already familiar with them, though only those relevant to the negotiation. Now, she dove deeper, combed through details previously insignificant. Finally, she found what she was looking for. She held her breath in disbelief. We have arrived at your destination. The AI's genteel British accent tore her from her thoughts. Thank you for choosing Delamain. We wish you a pleasant day. She got out into the sweltering afternoon heat and nearly ran the last few yards, then down the stairs before opening the door. Fuxicle. Ron jumped. Goddamn luck. You're not answering my messages, Melina remarked. Kind of in the middle of something here. He motioned to the woman lying on the table, unconscious, wires connected to her arms and head. In place of her face, there was a metal-rimmed opening with mounting slots. Shut the door and lock it. She did as he asked, and then took a step toward him. How did Warden get you on board? She asked. What did he have on you? Oh, embarrassing crap from my past. The usual. Ron wanted to dismiss the matter with a wave, but his hands were coupled to the manipulators, currently deep in the patient's head. Nearby, cases containing optical implants and jaws lay half open. You said you weren't coming back here, Melina reminded him. Thought the animals could recognize you. Ron raised his eyebrows. Yeah, well, man's gotta eat, right? He said after a beat. Why are you here? Thought you were supposed to have the most important day of your life today or something. Done for the day. Thought I was done for good, actually, but never mind. Listen, there was this incident in 62. She shut her eyes and cursed under her breath. This is classified. Can she hear us? Her? No, he said firmly. But I can. Loud and clear. And I'm telling you right now that I don't want to know anything that someone could use against me down the line. It won't put you in any danger. She gave a wave of her hand. Or rather, any future danger is irrelevant right now. Without getting into too much detail, my argument in the deal I'm negotiating, or was negotiating, involved an incident that took place in 2062. There was a cover-up at the time. Scream sheets and media chalked it up to a gang war. There was this kid. By some miracle, she survived the explosion, fought for days in the hospital. The city turned her into the story of the month and tanked a particular gang's reputation. All right. And? Ron asked expectantly. That kid was Aya. Melina sighed. EMP blast that was supposed to protect the net from an AI invasion ended up blowing off her hands and feet. The charge was supposed to fry every circuit within a few dozen-yard radius in order to stop the transfer, and she was there, caught in the electrical blast. She shook her head. Then there's Katsuo, the Arasaka rep I was negotiating with, and whom Zor's obsessed about. What the fuck is going on here, Ron? Ron swallowed. I'm almost sure I know Zor. That we've met before. For the life of me, I just can't remember where. Us. Our little gang is an impromptu. We can't have all met by chance, Melina exploded. What did Warden have on you? Ron hesitated, then stopped the operation. He unjacked the cable from the back of his head, went over to her, and gave her a regular, old-fashioned hug. She closed her eyes and let out a deep breath. That was the worst part. Feeling powerless. Useless. If only there was something she could do, even if it was hopeless. Anything. The message from the kidnappers was straightforward. The amount was not. $500,000. More than Aya could make in her entire lifetime. By coincidence, it was also the exact amount Warden promised for stealing back the container. Only when? And what would the others think? Albert lay on his chair, submerged in cyberspace. She looked at her hands and moved her fingers. They worked fine, but she knew it wouldn't last. The intervals between her seize-ups were getting shorter. Today, it had already happened twice, luckily in a safe environment. But it was a matter of days before her implants would refuse to cooperate altogether. That wasn't speculation. It was fact. She was surprised. Surprised and angry. How could he have gotten past their security on the ground floor, climbed up 20 floors, opened this door? Carla unsheathed her mantis blades, ready to pounce. Dum-Dum ordered her to stand down. He's just here to talk. We apologized. Zor took a step forward to let the door automatically slide shut behind him. Gave you a cut of our haul.
That's not how this works. Dum-Dum quickly regained his cool. You disturb the balance. You pay. Let the punishment fit the crime. Strange how we stole from Militech, and yet you're the one out to get us. If anything, we did you a favor. Proved that you don't have control of your own turf. Blame yourselves, not us. Dum-Dum was silent. He didn't have a good reply, because Zor had a point. Made all the more annoying by the fact that he'd walked in here like he owned the place. Someone would have to answer for that. I could give a fuck about your apologies, he replied instead. Along with that useless scrap you gave us. Don't pretend like this is about honor or principles. Zor hadn't moved. $500,000 for the girl, and we let everything slide. $500,000 would get you a second-rate corpo VP. It's a free market. Goods are worth as much as someone's willing to pay for it. Dixie hadn't moved from his terminal. Should I call for backup? We're just talking, Dum-Dum thought spoke in reply. Don't even have a tenth of that, Zor said. I know. Dum-Dum crossed his arms. You're gonna pay me another way. Carla stood off to the side, the tips of her mantis blades unsheathed. Dum-Dum shot her a glance. I said, we're just talking. Relax. Need to see her first, Zor said. Dum-Dum didn't even twitch as he thought commanded the nearby door to open. In the cramped room sat a skinny, dark-haired girl, her attention absorbed by her tablet. Though she looked nothing like Brad, Zor felt a rush of emotions he couldn't name. What did Brad's face look like? He remembered straight blonde hair, a swing. That was all. He collected himself. Now wasn't the time for reminiscing. Though he'd never seen her before, in some strange way, he knew it was really her, Juliana. Haven't harmed a hair on her head. Dum-Dum gave a crooked grin. For now. I know what you're thinking. Could sneak out just as quietly as you came in. Won't be fooled twice. That I can guarantee. What do you want in return? Dum-Dum closed the door via thought command. There's a certain gray container that you clept from Militech in Arroyo. You're gonna bring it to us. Don't know where it is. Better start looking then. See, we'd rather keep our hands clean, not go starting another war. So who better to clep it for us than a bunch of nobodies? Especially since you already did it once. Second time should be easy, right? Do that, and you get the girl. Then everyone goes their separate ways, and we'll forget about your little transgressions. For the last hour, Melina lay on the couch reading background material on Project Aeneas. It was all there before, but she had only read what was useful for the negotiations. She hadn't had time to read the thousands of other documents. One had to prioritize. All she needed to know was that in the 2040s, Netwatch had built the Black Wall, an impenetrable barrier that walled off what was left of the net from hostile rogue AIs
hell-bent on wreaking havoc. The chaos was first unleashed by Rach Bartmoss, legendary netrunner and harbinger of the data crash. It was largely common knowledge, as well as a shared conviction that disabling or destroying the wall would spell the end of the world as they knew it. How that end would look, nobody could say. Thankfully, there was no shortage of movies and brain dances to help people envision it. It would take several days to get through all this. Instead, Melina skimmed through the reports and started to understand just what happened nearly 4 decades ago, and which was still happening. 2022. Bartmoss unleashed his Rabbids, roving autonomous Bartmoss interface drones virus, leading to an event known as the data crash and causing the internet to collapse. In the interest of public safety, huge swaths were left abandoned, leaving a disconnected mosaic of local nets, a tiny archipelago compared to the old net. Certain groups of netrunners at the time still believed it was possible to regain what was lost by coming to an understanding with the AIs, or by eliminating them. To do that, they first had to get through the Black Wall. Nobody ever succeeded. That led to 2 conclusions. The first being that in order for the Black Wall to persist, it had to exist in flux, constantly undergoing modification. Secondly, and more importantly, if even the best netrunners couldn't break through it, then they sure as hell wouldn't stand a chance against the AI onslaught, which meant that the Black Wall was their last and only defense against total annihilation. The next report slightly contradicted the previous one, describing apparently successful incursions beyond the Black Wall. The incident in 2062, which Aya was a victim of, was only one of many. From the couch, Melina watched as Aya and Ron played a game at the table. She didn't know what it was called, but probably neither of them knew the rules that well because arguments broke out almost every minute. All in good fun, at least. The internal documents, accessible only for those with high-level clearance, were characterized by a surprising frankness and honesty. None of the usual jargon and bullshit propaganda. Only cold, hard facts, which admittedly also made the language dull and hard to read. The report counted 7 successful infiltrations of the Black Wall. Each one ended with the netrunners' deaths, including innocent bystanders. And in 2 cases, the consequences were even more dire. The proof was lacking, but it seemed that, in every case, the Black Wall itself had come to humanity's rescue. Another report suggested that for years, Netwatch hadn't been able to control the Black Wall. It maintained itself and controlled what information passed through it, an independent entity. Controlled what, importantly, if even the best netrunners couldn't break through it, then they sure as hell wouldn't stand a chance against the AI onslaught, which meant that the Black Wall was their last and only defense against total annihilation. The next report slightly contradicted the previous one, describing apparently successful incursions beyond the Black Wall. The incident in 2062, which Aya was a victim of, was only one of many. From the couch, Melina watched as Aya and Ron played a game at the table. She didn't know what it was called, but probably neither of them knew the rules that well because arguments broke out almost every minute. All in good fun, at least. The internal documents, accessible only for those with high-level clearance, were characterized by a surprising frankness and honesty. None of the usual jargon and bullshit propaganda. Only cold, hard facts, which admittedly also made the language dull and hard to read. The report counted 7 successful infiltrations of the Black Wall. Each one ended with the netrunners' deaths, including innocent bystanders. And in 2 cases, the consequences were even more dire. The proof was lacking, but it seemed that, in every case, the Black Wall itself had come to humanity's rescue. Another report suggested that for years, Netwatch hadn't been able to control the Black Wall. It maintained itself and controlled what information passed through it, an independent entity. In its blood, cold, hard facts, which admittedly also made the language dull and hard to read. The report counted 7 successful infiltrations of the Black Wall. Each one ended with the Netrunner's deaths, including innocent bystanders. And in 2 cases, the consequences were even more dire. The proof was lacking, but it seemed that, in every case, the Black Wall itself had come to humanity's rescue. Another report suggested that for years, Netwatch hadn't been able to control the Black Wall. It maintained itself and controlled what information passed through it, an independent entity. Precisely the kind of thing Netwatch was founded to eliminate in the first place. Melina switched off her tablet. Her eyes were tired. She twirled Katsuo's card between her fingers. His invitation was highly unusual, which meant it must have been important. On the other hand, she hadn't the slightest desire to go there, nor an actual reason since the negotiation was no longer relevant. She watched Aya, who was absorbed in the game. Holographic pieces with descriptions in the shape of colorful pictograms hovered over the table. Surely Aya had no idea that what had happened to her was connected to Melina's job. If that were the case, she wouldn't have told her about the accident. It was too big a coincidence to ignore. Someone had to know something. Not Warden. He was just a ganger for hire. Who, then? Who was it that wanted them to meet? Ron chuckled mischievously and moved one of the holographic pieces. What? You can't do that, Aya protested. Take it back. Oh, come on, you're no fun. The Ripperdoc smiled and moved the piece back. Melina knew what he was doing, and it was working. He was helping Aya take her mind off of everything. She slapped her forehead in joking despair after he made another wrong move. To join in on the humor, Melina would have at least needed some grasp of the game's rules. She looked at Katsuo's card again. If there was any chance of finding out more about the incident in 62, sitting down with the Arasaka rep, away from prying eyes or ears, was her best bet. Gotcha! Ron jumped up from the table and pointed a finger gun at her. Pew, pew! He was like a child. You lose! I win! But that's not allowed! Aya started to laugh. That piece doesn't move like that! Too late! Called it. She tried to imagine Ron having dinner with her and Katsuo. He was probably expecting a typical boring monochromer suit. His crass jokes and lack of table manners combined with Katsuo's refinement and etiquette painted an absurd picture. That wasn't even counting the sake. But it would never come to that. In her mind's eye, she saw Ron and herself somewhere. She couldn't imagine the place, only knew that it was as far away from Night City as possible. Peaceful. A fantasy. Nothing more. She went to the trash and stood over it for a second, motionless, holding Katsuo's card above it with a carefully manicured hand. She hid it in her purse. Perhaps it could still be of use one day. ARS-03, log 58219, synchronization procedure initiated. Unidentified device NI-1001010101110. Status unknown. Subsystems detected 118. Unsecured devices 1. Synchronization procedure in progress. The door slid open. Zor stopped at the sight of Warden standing in the middle of the unit. Aya and Albert were both on the couch. Melina leaned against the bar counter, cigarette in hand. Ron was making a drink. He motioned to Albert with his head. Kid figured we didn't need to keep anything from our fixer, he explained. Didn't think to ask for our opinion, of course. It's my unit, Albert said flatly. This concerns all of us now, Warden's voice was commanding. Fuck if I'm gonna explain everything again. Someone tell him. He meant Zor. If we're going to work together, then we need to trust each other. We need to know what your plan is. Melina inhaled and grabbed the drink from Ron's hand. All of it. The Ripperdoc let out a silent sigh and turned back to the fridge to make another. Warden gave Melina an ice-cold glare.
Plain simple, he replied. Y'all slide over at 3, hardly anyone will be there except for Renner and me. He gonna think you're there to talk biz, never see it coming. Gonna want to pack some iron. Just keep it out of sight. Plain simple. They're gonna slide over at 3, thinking they're here to talk biz with you. Only conditions, they come without iron.
The car was driving around the neighborhood seemingly at random, though always within the bounds of their turf.
Like fuck they will, Renner scoffed. We'll check 'em. No need to call in the whole army. Bunch of weak-ass little piss-ants, so they could scare easily, throw the entire plan out of whack. Everything should go smooth. Smooth. Just like last time. Giving you one last chance, Warden. Fuck this up, and you'll find out what real punishment is.
Warden made an effort to smile.
Boys won't even break a sweat,
he promised.
We'll put 'em in bags and hand 'em over to Militech along with the container. They won't ask details. Better fucking hope so, Renner said grimly. Stop the car, he called to Ross.
They slowed down and pulled up beside the curb. Warden's door opened, marking the end of their convo. Warden got out without a word and stopped himself from slamming the door. He let it close on its own and watched the car disappear down the street. The AC in his coat activated itself with a low hum. He stood on an empty, trash-littered street, on the border between Arroyo and Vista del Rey. Motherfucker never wasted any opportunity to rub his nose in it.
Shut up,
OP1 shouted. OP2 looked at her in surprise. I didn't say anything. You've been staring at the monitor for an hour, not even blinking, just keeping you on your toes. We need to stay focused now. Staring at the monitor is what they pay us for. I don't know if you've noticed, but this entire operation's turning to shit. If things stay as they are, we'll be right back to where we started within 2 days. And so will our pay.
All the more reason to put our heads down and do our work.
It's not like we can't talk, OP3 joined in. Otherwise, they'd have stuck us in separate rooms. Prefer to keep my mouth shut, OP2 insisted. Sure, 'cause that'll solve all our problems, OP1 said sarcastically. You know, if things don't change, they're gonna toss us out onto the curb, right? Blame the whole thing on us, too. How is this our fault? We barely had enough time. Tell that to them. Right now, there's a piece of tech worth billions just roaming around out there without any oversight. We tried VR. The subject always realized they were in a simulation. Tell that to them, OP1 repeated. When someone flatlines our most valuable asset or hijacks it. We didn't design this experiment. So, it'll be our fault no matter what, OP3 reluctantly admitted. Not to mention our Ripperdoc is starting to remember things he shouldn't. I've been saying it from the start. The tech's a piece of crap. Can't worry about that, though. Not our department. The door's panel beeped, meaning someone had just used its biometric lock. Shh, he's here. The door opened. Stanley walked inside, not betraying a hint of impatience, though he had more than one reason to be. Without a word, he checked all the readings on the screens, despite the fact that he had them all in his head, ready to stream on his retina at any time, real time.
Boost his motivators, he said, and blinked, sending them their instructions via thought command, which immediately displayed on the monitors.
You mean dial up his motivator module? OP1 made sure. He's already in the upper threshold.
I set the limits, and now I just set new ones, Stanley replied.
We can't just change it like that, OP1 said meekly. He could go cyber-psycho. We've already detected uncontrolled leaks from his memory bank. Minor ones for now, but...
Make it Gradual, Stanley decided. I'm giving you until 7 p.m. tomorrow to achieve the target values.
She never got bored of the foreplay. Dixie's tongue delicately caressed her breast as she lay on her back and let a wave of vague, pleasant thoughts wash over her. Blood. Lots of it. She ran her fingers through Dixie's hair and pulled his head down onto her. He started to move inside her rhythmically, almost mechanically, a reliable tempo. Barely a moment had passed before his body spasmed and became still. She wrapped her arms and legs around him with tenderness. Dixie slid off of her and took Dum-Dum in his mouth. Carla stretched herself out, waiting for what would come next. She shut her eyes, imagining herself waist-deep in blood swirling around her in all its thick red gooiness. Then she felt a real weight on top of her, and inside what she had been waiting for. She didn't use any enhancements. Her own imagination was enough. Dixie left them alone. He picked up a shard he had prepared from the table and went into the smaller room, where Juliana was half sitting, half lying on the mattress among a pile of scruffy blankets. She showed no interest in anything but her tablet. She reacted to nothing and accepted her situation without complaint. They didn't even have to lock the door. Once in a while, she took a trip to the bathroom down the hallway. She always came back, never once tried to make a break for it. He sat next to her, and for a moment, watched her play. Some sort of puzzle game, probably something to stimulate her memory. She didn't react to his presence, didn't even react when he slotted the shard behind her ear. He waited for the program to finish installing.
I used to be just like you,
he thought spoke to her. She continued to move her finger around the tablet for a few more seconds. Then she froze and slowly turned to Dixie with wide eyes. A smile. Dum-Dum forced a few more thrusts and slowed down when a message appeared on his display. Duty called. Carla moaned with disappointment as he read the message.
Won't manage the transport alone. Need help. 3 p.m.
He stopped himself from hurling something at the wall.
Fucking Scott Munchers couldn't do a goddamn thing on their own.
He repositioned himself back on top of Carla.
They want help? They'll get it.
He thrust harder. Yes. He knew exactly how to help them get rid of all their worries and problems. He wrapped his fingers around her neck and shoved her deeper into the mattress.
We'll still have to end their pathetic lives.
Carla moaned softly and unsheathed her mantis blades in the air. In the weak light of the Aerozep freighters outside the windows, their sweat-drenched bodies looked like a black, writhing creature with steel wings and a plethora of crimson eyes.
We have to kill them. Shame it'll have to be through such primitive methods.
Chapter 13. When he didn't follow police procedure, Liam got quicker results. Unfortunately, the information displaying on his tablet wasn't useful as evidence. Ron Ferguson, arrested and charged for distributing unlicensed software, circumventing implant warranty, installing secondhand implants. Interesting. Only from accidents, never bought from scabs. Even more interesting was that he didn't make a dime from it. Did it at his own cost. Most likely some of his patients wouldn't have survived otherwise. By night, a ripper doc for the gilded class. By day, a respected surgeon, even a chief by the sudden end of his career. First, it was swept under the rug, which probably meant that his debts were sold. Then, even the police records were scrubbed, evidently not thoroughly enough. The deleted records meant that someone much higher than even the biggest public officials had taken an interest in Ron. Melina Russo, the name of the woman in the still with Ron, a Militech corpo. Her involvement was puzzling, to say the least. In theory, Melina lay within the NCPD's jurisdiction so long as there were officers brave enough to put handcuffs on a corpo, which was getting rarer these days. Stranger, even, was that Corps usually handled this kind of dirty business using fixers and gangs in order to generate a tangle of leads that made connecting the dots back to a contractor nigh impossible. This time, the formula was different. So, too, was this whole affair, evidently concerning something completely different from what appeared at first sight. The NCPD hollow badge flickered. Couple days, and it had vanished completely. Liam set down his empty cup of coffee and left the diner, tossing another gum in his mouth. Few days ought to be enough.
Nothing doing. Albert slid from his chair. It was nearly 2 p.m. They fortified their security. ICE's too thick. It's beyond my capacity. Tier 3 won't cut it? Aya reminded him, standing over him. Tier 3 can't do much against a complex password, he answered indifferently, considering the matter closed. Aya sighed and tried to sound calm. Explain it to me. Net running tech's a useful tool for breaching networks, Albert replied without a hint of impatience. But it's just that, a tool. To cut through thicker ICE, I'll need more hardware firepower. Computers, in other words. Networked, preferably. So you can do it? Yes. Then why aren't you doing it? There's no point. CCTV overhauled its security a few days ago. Enter the wrong code, and you have to wait a few seconds to try again. Codes now change 3 times per day. It would take a few thousand years to crack. So what now? Aya raised her voice slightly. I sent a drone there. They shot it down before it could get close. Is there nothing we can do? Not right now. Zor had been listening to the exchange. He went over to Albert's rig and typed a string of 16 characters into the additional keyboard. He didn't know what he was typing. He just knew it. It's too long for a CCTV password, Albert pointed out. It's not for CCTV. Miltech DP-173, bearing 126, speed 107 miles per hour, altitude 367 feet, wind correction 13 southeast, mode of operation standard patrol, incoming order to change operator ARS-03, verification code accepted, permission to change operator granted, rotate right, full throttle. The man with curly dark hair instinctively drew back, his eyes wide with fear. Farther behind him, Liam made out a woman and 2 children, almost as unkempt as the father, huddled in front of a window that looked directly out onto the neighboring building. They watched him warily, motionlessly. Not here for you, Liam explained. Don't even need to know your names. I'm looking for the owner. Luckily, Zed hadn't revoked his access to the NCPD database, which meant the detective knew everything about the tenant of this micro-unit, such as the fact that it was being rented out illegally, common for the more rundown parts of Haywood. They think they're keeping a low profile, forgetting all about their personal information they allow to get sucked up by their feeders and BD players. The detective blinked and read the message. Drop the case, or else. Sender unknown. He read it again and deleted it. It's not what you think. Though stepping inside would certainly force the issue. He remained in the hallway. What he was doing was illegal enough. Don't worry. I'm from a different department. We don't want any trouble, the man blurted out. Won't be in any, long as you tell me where the owner is. It won't be difficult to track down the owner. Just time-consuming. Add to that the unwanted attention from his former employer. The man looked back at his wife, then gave him a nod. The doors to Maelstrom's hideout were no longer wide open. 2 rubble-filled dumpsters were also positioned to prevent anyone from ramming their way in. A couple of Maelstromers patrolled, rifles slung over their shoulders. Nobody took exception to their presence, least of all the NCPD, who never ventured into these parts.
The visual from the Militech patrol drone was crisp enough that it didn't have to approach. Zor watched the screen, confirming what he had already suspected. He wouldn't get a second chance to sneak in quietly, much less back out. Least of all in a shootout. Not with Juliana.
Maybe there's a way in from the back? Aya asked.
They're not that gunk, Zor replied. He hadn't mentioned his meeting with Dum-Dum, which was the whole reason they had beefed up their defenses. But even without them, his chances were slim to none. Albert piloted the hacked drone to an altitude that gave them a view of the building from all sides. If anyone spotted it, they wouldn't give it a second thought. Just another Militech patrol drone. The windows and doors of the first 3 levels were bricked up except for 2 or 3 potential entrances and 2 sturdy-looking garage doors. Zor recognized the unit where the girl was being kept. Second to last floor. 20th. Forget it. Might as well scrap the plan.
Wipe the last few minutes and cut the drone loose, Zor said. Maybe they'll chalk it up to a standard glitch.
His side processes were eating up too much memory and had no auxiliary support to boot. He had to dedicate a portion of his processing power to tracking potential threats. Still, he'd managed to intercept fragments of transmissions from different parts of the city on the scattered net. He breached a subnet controlling food delivery drones, which also contained their flight logs. Whenever they were out of juice, the drones would return to an automated charging station where they also dumped their data. That meant that the footage couldn't have been from more than 15, 20 minutes ago. Streaming the footage was taking up resources. He had higher priority matters to deal with. Even though he read and wrote data 15 times faster than before, it was all just a little too sluggish. He didn't have months or even weeks, he had hours. Meanwhile, distant memories kept bubbling up from the depths of cyberspace and floated listlessly. They were starting to take up more space than everything else combined. Even in theory, transferring one's consciousness was a thorny procedure. A person isn't made up of only data, but memories, habits, personality traits, skills. A person is a process, which means it needs a system to run it. In one of his data extractions, Albert discovered a theoretical study that attempted to untangle questions such as how to digitize a human being. Whether you can run a human and reboot it even from death, and even if the simulation was flawless, how could you know whether it was actually processing consciousness? Can the post-human still be a human or just a digipuppet? One more problem to solve. It would take years of uninterrupted reading to get through all these studies. Meanwhile, the authorities didn't seem to care all that much about guarding isolated fragments of potentially subversive knowledge. Perhaps it was all because a good portion of Night citizens were illiterate, and even if they weren't, the jargon-packed study was probably enough to dissuade potential readers with words like discombobulate. The next few hours would prove whether everything hadn't been a complete waste of time. He wasn't the owner, just the middleman who made sure the tenants coughed up rent on time. His gorilla-like stature and chrome cheekbones alone were probably convincing enough. Despite nearing 60, he still commanded a certain degree of respect. You rented a unit to someone named Zor. Liam showed him a still on his tablet. Boxes with scratched-off markings stood next to the wall of the large room. Intriguing contents, no doubt. On a mattress sat 2 women and a child. One of them was lost in a brain dance, while the second stared at him with a hazy, slack-jawed expression. There was a gloomy atmosphere in the dimly lit unit. Liam's scanners picked up illegal substances, transmitting alerts to his neural processor. He ignored them.
Don't recognize him,
the rent collector finally said with a look on his face that seemed to add, and if it wasn't for that holo badge, I'd make sure nobody recognized you, either. Liam sighed. Using Thought Command, he uploaded the face of the rent collector to the NCPD database to see who he was up against. The result came almost instantly.
Willem Newell.
No gang affiliation, multiple convictions for petty crimes. Nothing unusual, nothing he could use. Liam sent another query, this time to his personal database that he'd been building since he joined the force. A hit. Now this was interesting. For years, Newell had been an informal associate of Militech, carrying out assignments that were both legal and not so legal. The kind that couldn't go on the record, but that were too sensitive to hand out to fixers or gangs. The pieces were starting to build a logical picture. Just looking for info on the guy. He glanced meaningfully toward the cases. Don't care about anything else.
Paid cash up front,
the rent collector said.
Whole month. Your choice.
Another message. No caller ID. Wouldn't be so anonymous once he got his hands on the phone tower records.
Just 1 month?
Liam closed the message.
Stuck around for even less.
And destroyed the door and elevator on his way out.
Ain't my biz.
The rent collector seemed to tower even higher over him. Rented it to another family before the month was even up.
Shit, Jum. If Maelstrom after you, you ain't never coming back.
They parked the tow truck in the shade next to a bare wall. In an hour, it would become scorching hot. Who cared? In an hour, they had no idea if they'd still be alive. They got out onto a plaza in front of what resembled a disused factory. Empty, if you didn't count 2 cars and the windswept trash, ever present in this part of the city. The buildings in this area reached only a few stories, most without windows.
What if they pat us down?
Ron whispered. He meant the pistols they all had hidden behind their belts. They were hoping that a single shot wouldn't be fired, but Zor wasn't as optimistic as the rest. He kept his thoughts to himself.
They won't,
he replied.
Warden's got a plan. Don't know how deep it goes, but he needs us.
Melina stepped beside Zor. Once you reach a certain level, there's no such thing as accidents or coincidences, she said quietly, almost whispering. You know it too. What did Warden have on you? How did he drag you into this?
No secret at this point,
Zor replied in a hushed tone.
Found out about my past, threatened to spill. That's about it. You?
They're playing a dangerous game. She shook her head.
Guess that'll have to wait till we make it out of there.
Zor cut the convo short.
Try not to look threatening, all right?
Ron said to everyone. Doubt that'll be hard, Melina answered wryly. We already look harmless and clumsy. Only 45 feet separated them from the steel doors. Melina really didn't want to go inside. She felt the urge to grab Ron by the hand and go in the opposite direction, no looking back.
Well, this is it.
Don't have a choice, she said. They moved slowly toward the entrance. They didn't just look harmless and clumsy, but nervous, too. Scared, even. One of the doors opened, revealing total darkness. Zor sharpened the contrast in his vision and adjusted the white balance. He didn't even know which implant was responsible for it. The outlines of 2 rifle-wielding men came into focus. He stopped himself from instinctively reaching for his own iron. The 2 men came out and stood on opposite sides of the door, watching the 4 of them indifferently. One held the rifle's receiver slanted downward across his chest, ready to take a quick shot if needed. The second started to walk toward them.
Chill. I'll handle this.
Out of the darkness emerged a third figure. Warden. The second man backed away to the door. Zor raised his arms, though not so high as to expose what was behind his belt. Warden frisked him, ignoring the 2 bulges pressed against his lower back and the extra magazines in his pockets. Then he moved his combat implant detector around him, having previously decreased sensitivity to minimum. It wouldn't detect a tank, even if it were right in front of him. He then repeated the procedure with Ron, and finally, Aya and Melina. He gave them a nod. They went in. It wasn't as dark inside as it looked, but the AC made the air cool. Somebody had clearly tried to make this place look like somewhere deadbeat punks hung out. A couple of worn-out couches, a stack of crates that formed a table, a few kegs that might have catered to a party once upon a time. Now it was empty, with only light coming from the windows near the ceiling. It almost felt like an abandoned church, though instead of pews, the aisles were made up of the remnants of old machinery that remained assembled due to either laziness or their worthlessness. Without a word, Warden led them to the end of the hall and pushed open another set of doors, revealing stairs that led down. Zor did a quick estimate of the distance to the entrance. Would a tow rope make it? Probably not. Then there was the truck. Definitely not. Should have thought about that before. Not like they would keep the container right by the entrance. How would they even get it up to the first floor? Pull it up one step at a time, shoulder to shoulder with Maelstrom? No thanks. Though its ceiling was lower, the basement was equally spacious, filled with metal cargo boxes of various shapes and colors. It almost seemed as if they had been placed for a defensive purpose, as a barricade. This wasn't your average warehouse. In its dead center, a burly man in a leather jacket stood just outside the cone of light cast by one of the lamps dangling from the ceiling. Renner. Next to him stood the smaller build, Ross. Zor didn't know how he knew their names. He just did. He toggled his optic spectrum to infrared. Someone was there, just behind those boxes. Someone or something emitting heat, a signature typical of a person or even two people. The container was nowhere in sight. Ross started to move toward Melina, who stood closest to them. We came here to talk, not feel each other up. Melina took a step back.
Jose did a solid pat-down, Warden said. Sorry, Ross. Not your lucky day.
Ross raised his hands in compliance and turned back. He looked at Renner, whose expression was hard, firmly set.
Here to talk biz, eh?
Renner cracked a smile.
Let's see you talk with a mouthful of lead.
Two gangers jumped out from behind the cases, rifles trained on their heads. Too late for anything. Renner took 2 steps towards Zor and the rest.
Kudos to him, couldn't have picked a better place for an ambush. While Renner and the rest had cover behind them, they were wide open, like fish in a barrel. Had a feeling something wasn't right, Ron whispered. Warden quietly retreated into the shadows. Been dying to know, Renner said. Who the actual fuck are you? What hole did Warden drag you out of?
Warden let out a quiet sigh.
Ought to off you right now, Renner continued. But I can't help being curious. Let's go. Spill.
They stood still.
What now?
Clearly, they weren't getting into biz together. Right now, they were alive for as long as they could keep the boss's interest.
Good question, Ron finally answered. We were merrily going about our lives until...
The sound of muffled gunfire reached them through the ceiling. Everyone instinctively looked up. Everyone except Zor, who drew his pistols and fired 5 rounds from each at the gangers flanking Renner. Now, one pistol was aimed at Renner, the other at Ross. The echoes petered out. Ron, Aya, and Melina all drew their iron. Melina was the only one aiming at Warden, who didn't react at all. Didn't even raise his hands.
Jose patted him down,
Renner growled at Warden. Only Ross had his arms in the air.
Did you pat him down, you double-crossing piece of shit? To be respected as a leader, Warden replied. Gotta have respect for your own people. You don't got neither. Backstabbing scum like you don't deserve respect, Renner spat. So what's the game plan, Who the fuck's spitting lead up there? Where's the container? Zor asked. Renner ignored him. Whatever your plan was, it's fucked now, Renner shouted at Warden, his nostrils flaring. You rat-fucking traitor!
Ron went over to the fallen gangers and checked their pulses. Dead. He took their rifles, handing one to Melina and keeping the other for himself. Who's up there? Aya whispered, motioning with her head toward the stairs. They with us?
Back up, Zor replied. Change of plans.
He pulled the trigger. A chunk of leather flew off of Renner's shoulder. Fuck! Now Zor had his attention.
Can't you see? This is real leather!
He fingered the tear with indignation.
You think you can just waltz in here and take whatever the fuck you want, That's exactly what I think, Zor answered. The container. Where is it? Funny you should ask. Been wondering myself how to get rid of the damned thing. Should be happy then. Solving your problem for you.
Renner's laugh filled the entire room.
That's simple, huh? Tell you what. You ain't getting that container, and you sure as shit ain't getting out of here alive. As for this fucking Judas...
He was rudely interrupted by the sound of the upstairs door being kicked open.
I'm done talking, Renner grinned. Boys'll take it from here. Not gonna happen, Warden calmly answered. Sent them over to Gustavo's to pick up some cargo, remember? Fuck you talking about? Didn't send them anywhere. They're in South Glen as we speak.
Warden himself had no clue who was approaching. They heard the thud of heavy boots. Melina looked toward the staircase, and Warden immediately aimed one pistol at her and another at Renner. Zor waited for Maelstrom to make their entrance. If only they knew where the container was. The thuds had almost reached the bottom, but before they could glimpse their owner, they heard the sound of several objects clinking down the steps.
Grenade!
Zor yelled. With rapid tempo, Aya reached the nearest row of boxes, not a moment too soon. She felt a cramp coming on. Melina and Ron managed to find cover on the other side of the room when one after the other 3 explosions shook the entire basement. There was a deafening ring in their ears as shrapnel ricocheted off the walls and smoke flooded the basement. They're trying to kill us. Aya looked up at Zor, who was sheltering her. You call that backup?
It was the only way of getting Juliana back.
Zor took a quick peek above the boxes. Couldn't make out anything through the smoke.
Guess the deal's off. All right, you fucking jizz rags! They heard a booming, gravelly voice from upstairs. Party's over!
That definitely didn't sound like Dum Dum. The smoke was finally clearing up. Zor caught sight of Ron and Melina at the other end of the basement, hidden by a similar-looking stack of boxes. They looked around helplessly, rifles in hand. More shots and ricochets. Melina leaned out from behind cover and fired at the ceiling, taking out one of the lamps. She hid before a volley from the other side riddled the boxes with bullet holes. Lead was flying left and right. Out of the crossfire, a force lifted Aya up into the air.
Toss your iron!
A booming voice shouted. Aya shrieked, trying to free herself. Pigface held her up by the waist a few feet above the ground with one hand. The other held a DR-5 Nova revolver. The stench of his breath and pungent body odor overwhelmed her senses. She gathered all the strength she could, turned around with remarkable speed, and directed all that power into one move. A swift kick to the groin. The animal keeled over, falling to his knees. Unfortunately, he brought Aya down with him. She struggled for breath underneath his weight. She couldn't move. Pigface rose to his feet with difficulty, lifting Aya like a doll. This time, he held the revolver against her head.
I said, toss your iron, the big cat said, or her brain goes splat.
Ron and Melina laid down their rifles.
Don't give two fucks about her.
Renner trained his pistol on Pigface. Zor aimed at Renner.
Drop it,
Zor ordered.
Fuck.
Ross couldn't decide between Zor or Pigface.
Goddamn shit show. Got a bigger problem to deal with,
Renner barked in reply.
Wait your fucking turn. I said, drop it.
Zor took a step closer.
Same goes for you,
he said to Ross. Renner scowled and dropped his pistol, followed by Ross. Zor made a split-second calculation of what would happen if he fired at Pigface now. He could do it. Pigface wouldn't have time to react. No, the risk was too high. He dropped both pistols and raised his arms up. Pigface loosened his grip and Aya fell to the floor.
Where is it?
Big Cat looked at Ron through slit pupils.
Had a deal, didn't we?
Melina shot the Ripperdoc a questioning glance.
Situation's gotten a little, complicated,
he answered, and pointed at Renner.
Ask him. He knows.
Ain't telling you shit,
Renner snarled.
Already got plans for the rest of the day.
Big Cat reluctantly aimed at him.
One more body ain't gonna change a thing. Kill me, and you'll never find it.
Big Cat turned to Ron, making him nearly flinch.
Deal was, you'd hand over the container. I don't seize any container. We were working on that,
Ron exclaimed nervously,
till you showed up. Back to work then. Will's watch. Atmosphere ain't really conducive for... You got an ass for a brain, Ripper Dick!
Big Cat barked at him. Big Cat raised the revolver to his right and fired. Ross's head exploded, blood spattering the wall and ceiling, as well as over half of Renner's face. He didn't react as the ganger's body slumped beside him. Instead, he looked down at his leather jacket covered in blood.
Fuck! Don't give a rat's dick who knows or doesn't know,
Big Cat shouted to the whole room.
I'll off-use one by one till someone starts talking.
He glared at everyone in turn, staring the longest at Melina. She didn't allow herself to show any fear, though her legs were starting to tremble.
Everyone just chill, all right?
Ron took a step in front of Melina.
Nobody else has to die. Fuck did you just say to me?
Big Cat slowly raised his pistol at Ron. Suddenly, 2 blades extended through his stomach, dripping with blood. He looked down, stupefied. Then he staggered and turned around. Carla had already sprung back with a cartwheel. Big Cat unloaded half a magazine at her, sending only chunks of concrete flying through the air. Something streaked down the stairs in a blur. His coat and body seemed merged together as Dum-Dum spun through midair, illuminated by a quick series of muzzle flashes in Big Cat's direction. Blood spurted out of his grotesquely oversized muscles. Big Cat turned around, bared his fangs, and returned fire into the darkness. Dum-Dum's optics were dimmed to avoid revealing his position. Pigface quickly realized his life insurance policy, Big Cat, was about to run its course. He opened fire on their new enemy. But Dum-Dum was already elsewhere, shooting through the darkness only a few yards away. Pigface took 2 hits in the shoulder. Instead of hurting him, it only made him angrier. Zor scooped up his pistols, grabbed Aya, and pulled her behind the nearest stack of boxes.
You okay?
She was unhurt, though she couldn't move one arm. The other was only half cooperating.
I think so.
Ron and Melina quickly grabbed their rifles and joined the others. Though nobody was shooting at them, ricochets zipped through the air around them. The roar from the gunfire didn't die down.
You made a deal with the animals?
Aya hissed at Ron.
Yeah, well, He made a deal with Maelstrom.
The Ripper Doc pointed at Zor.
We just gonna sit here and wait for them to kill each other?
Melina shouted over the gunfire. Warden was nowhere to be seen. He had something planned, Zor was sure of it. So what? Both of their plans probably canceled each other out.
Who are we even shooting at?
Ron looked at each of them for answers.
At whoever wins,
Melina answered.
If Maelstrom don't get the container, they won't let Juliana go, Zor said. If the animals don't get it,
Ron hesitated,
Bully will kill me. Who the hell's Bully?
Melina asked.
Debt collector. When I mentioned ancient history, it wasn't that ancient.
Melina sighed and hung her head in disbelief. 3 contradictory plans for 1 container. Nothing to do but wait and see who came out on top. Carla sheathed her mantis blades and switched to iron, springing to a new position after each round fired. Dum-Dum did the same, except he didn't skimp on ammo. The animals had already taken some lead, the ground around them pooling with blood. They weren't used to fighting from behind cover. Their strength lay in close-quarters combat. They were becoming more sluggish. Soon the energy from those boosted sacks of muscle would deplete itself. Dum-Dum thought 2 steps ahead. He'd already fired at the animals and the boxes that Zor, Aya, and the rest were hidden behind, which was already beginning to crumble. A few more shots, and there'd be nothing to use as cover. Ron hesitated, then mustered up his courage and unexpectedly leaped from behind cover, unloading his magazine into Dum-Dum. Shit. He actually hit him. The Maelstromer hesitated. Blood was squirting out of his neck. He turned toward Ron, who was fumbling with a new magazine. Get down! Zor pulled Ron to the ground, but it wasn't necessary. Dum-Dum took another volley, this time from Big Cat. He hit the ground. Hard. The howl from Carla was like that of a banshee. She was about to leap toward the animals, but let it go when she saw the pistol slip out of his hand and his body slump next to the dying pig-faced animal. Carla's blazing optics rotated to Ron. She unsheathed her blades and, not taking her eyes off him, made an impossibly wide leap toward the boxes. Carla sprang from the last case, flipped in the air, and swooped down with her blades onto the chest of the prone Ripper Doc like a bird of prey. She couldn't have stopped now even if she wanted to. Foxicle! Ron flattened himself against the ground, the magazine slipping from his hand. Melina fired, missing by a good few feet. Aya had Carla exactly within her sights and pulled the trigger. Or she tried to. Her stiffened hand wouldn't allow it. Zor watched it unfold in slow motion. Carla falling through the air as if through thick oil. He aimed precisely at both of the blade's mountings and fired. The last volley went straight for the power supply. A flash and a boom that sounded to him like rolling thunder. He was out of ammo. Time sped up. Sparks and blood burst above them in a cloud. Everyone braced for impact. Carla's body slammed into the ground with a shower of blood and metal fragments. Impractical weapon, Dum-Dum thought spoke, but Carla couldn't hear him anymore. Foxicle, Ron wanted to say, staring at the blades buried in his chest. He looked up at Zor and suddenly recalled the moment when they'd first met, before Arroyo. But he couldn't do anything with that knowledge now. It was too late. Too late for everything. His gaze searched for Melina. Carla raised her head. She tried to lift herself up on what was left of her cyber arms, now deprived of their blades and other chrome fittings. She couldn't. Melina aimed at her head, clenched her jaw, and fired. She shuddered as she saw the woman's head slump back down in a pool of blood. Only now her red optics faded. Melina fired again and again until the slide stop retreated and there were only clicks. She dropped the gun and fell to her knees beside Ron, bending over and lifting up his head. The 12 chrome fingers of the Zetatech surgical hands drummed helplessly against the concrete. A few long seconds passed before it was clear that the idling implants understood there would be no further commands. Dum-Dum struggled to his feet, steadying himself against a stack of cases. His connections were severed, making his optics glow faintly as he looked for his iron, but he wouldn't have even had the strength to pick it up. He began crawling up the stairs behind Zor and the others. Melina shut her eyes. It was all pointless. Nothing made sense anymore. Zor put his arm around Aya and looked at Ron with a grim expression. He lifted his gaze to Carla, or rather, what was left of her. The deal with Maelstrom was off. Dead. None of this made any sense. Black rain battering the windshield. It stank of blood, gunpowder, and fried circuitry.
Now that everyone's out of ammo, we can pick up where we left off.
This time, Renner was holding a rifle.
Left a real mess to clean up.
He had ditched his jacket, revealing a third glowing cross in the center of his chest. Melina caressed Ron's cheek.
To hell with this! She stood up and with a fierce look aimed at the glowing cross and squeezed the trigger.
The metallic click only reconfirmed what she already knew. She came closer and squeezed the trigger. Click! Renner looked at her with amusement. She kept coming closer. Click! Click! Click!
Hoping for a miracle?
He asked, almost cheerfully. A burst from a rifle. For the first time, surprise appeared on the ganger's face, and a dark patch started to spread across his chest, making the cross glow dark orange. Renner's eyes rolled back, and he collapsed to the floor.
He was right. Gonna be a bitch to clean this up.
Smoke drifted from the barrel of Warden's rifle as he approached, kicking the gun away from his late boss's corpse. The pool of blood around his feet was widening. He looked at the group huddled together and motioned behind him toward the steel doors embedded in the concrete wall, left slightly ajar.
Chapter 14. Me again, suckers! A few days ago, a couple of gang goons said sayonara and snuffed it. 12 of them, to be precise. Boo-hoo. Probably 20 more took their place already. Guess the previous ones just didn't have what it took. You been to the cemetery lately? Peeps be dropping like flies. Ain't enough graves for all of them. No wonder the fish in the bay's so goddamn fat. If anyone asks, I don't know nothing. They're probably just nibbling on plastic. Just watch your step near the water after dark. Not gonna name names, but some nihilistic motherfucker told me none of this. Nothing we do matters, 'cause we're all gonna end up the same way, dead at the bottom of a ditch. Well, Arasaka's got something to say about that. Might have heard about it already? The relic. Wanna live forever as a dumb hollow? Be my guest. Me? I'd rather go out guns a-blazing than pay a fortune to lock myself in a digiprison for eternity. In other news, another abandoned squad got burned to the ground. Body count? Unknown. Mainstream media's silent. As usual. Surprise, surprise. Report was up for a day before it quietly vanished. Whoever died there, the powers that be don't want you to know who. I don't believe for 1 second any of y'all got sad reading this, you soulless motherfuckers. 'Cause I know I did. It'll pass in a sec. Next post coming soon. Peace!
The sign on the door read Byers and Son. Was he sure about going inside? It was a battle between curiosity and good sense. Or maybe more like his duty? No. He wouldn't even be able to use the information he was about to acquire. Impersonating a police officer was a felony, and any evidence he submitted to court would be struck down by the exclusionary rule. But curiosity was winning. It won every time. Liam's hollow badge hadn't completely faded yet. The detective went in. It smelled of old sweat and damp. Liam tossed a stick of gum in his mouth and started chewing. Helped a little. There was a garage to his left with parked vans connected to the wall by various thick cables. To the right, the office. Liam pushed open the steel doors that swung noiselessly on their brand-new hinges. You couldn't really call it an office, since no clients would ever come here in person. Otherwise, it barely passed muster in terms of looking like a legit business. The eponymous buyer sat behind the small counter a few feet from the entrance. It was hard to gauge how old he was. "Looking for this man. Know where he is?" Byers let out a quiet sigh.
"You and everyone's grandma."
"Someone else looking for him."
"Oh, trust me. You wouldn't want to meet him."
Byers continued to work, or pretended to, on his terminal.
"Make it quick. I'm real busy."
"Can you give me a name?" Byers shrugged.
"Worked here for a little."
Liam leaned on the counter. "Guessing you knew him well?"
"A while,"
Byers scoffed.
"Guy worked here for just a couple of days and then totaled one of my vans."
Liam was about to ask who else was looking for Zor when he got a message from his wife.
Why didn't you tell me you picked up the kids from school?
He stopped chewing. This isn't looking good. OP2 stared at the monitors. We might as well be digging our own graves here. Wasn't part of the plan, but OP1 sighed, glancing at the control graphs. It looks like the main mission objective isn't in any danger. It was supposed to be a test of autonomy, passed with flying fucking colors. OP3 joined in. Should we prime the auto-destruct sequence? That's a last resort. For now, ARSO3 is en route to the target. Notify the boss. Someone fucked up Russo's psych profile. I said it at the very start she'd be trouble. Too unstable. Not our problem. Now tell the boss about ARSO3. By the time he figures out what's going on, it'll be too late.
It's already too late. What are we supposed to do, send a squad after him? Tell the boss that we've lost control of ARSO3, now!
Though it was the same sky, it felt like a different world. The air smelled fresher, cleaner. The sub-district prided itself on its low levels of pollution. Then there were the plants. Grass, bushes, even real organic trees. Trash was nowhere to be seen, nor curbside, burned out or abandoned cars, no homeless or shady characters lurking in the shadows. The street was practically empty. The GPS out here in North Oak started to glitch, ostensibly for its residents' safety. Only when she inserted Katsuo's card into the Quadra's console did it come back to life. Dusk was approaching. Lost in his thoughts, Zor gazed out at the olive groves on the hills that smugly pretended as if the world wasn't undergoing ecological collapse. Melina suddenly took Zor's hand and squeezed it, closing her eyes. For a moment, they sat in silence. Loud thuds from the back, the AV's armored hull being pierced by anti-aircraft rounds. The lights in the cockpit become red. The Mayday alarm starts blaring. He's lost control of the steering. I want to speak to him first, he heard Melina's voice. He blinked. He was back in North Oak. He gave a slight nod. So do I. And then you'll kill him? She intoned more as a statement than a question. But if you do that, you won't get Juliana back. I'll do both. Katsuo's intel isn't up to date. Only reason why I'm able to get this close to him. Slowly, the steel gate retracted. Gravel crunched beneath the wheels as they drove on a lane flanked by lush greenery that led to an ascetic-looking villa. Spacious windows, straight angles, part ground floor and first floor that seemed a relic of a gentler era. As soon as they stopped, Melina wiped a tear from the corner of her eye and sighed. They got out, and the car graciously parked itself next to a limousine. They walked down the few steps to the entrance, Melina in a black evening dress, Zor in a blazer and tie she had picked out for him for the occasion. An elderly Japanese manservant wearing a slightly oversized suit pulled open a traditional sliding door and closed it, indicating the way through the garden with an upward-facing palm. The narrow black stone paved path stopped after winding its way around the villa through immaculately trimmed grass. Melina resisted the urge to kick off her heels and feel it between her toes. It was almost begging to be walked on. The painstakingly designed and manicured vegetation seemed endless, though it was all a careful illusion. They heard the hum of water as the path led them over a stone bridge. Underneath it, a gurgling stream trickled into a small pond with idle fish. Synthetic, maybe. Farther ahead was a modest bamboo grove, next to it a boulder, and on the other side, a large, majestic rhododendron tree. Behind it stood a traditional wooden Japanese tea pavilion. The edges of the roof curled characteristically upward. Real wood, real trees. The extravagance of it all was hard to take in, even for Melina. Zor took one last fill of air and began the wait for the evening to run its inevitable course. The elderly servant slid open the latticework door covered in translucent paper, revealing Katsuo within, who acknowledged them with a slight nod. Melina and Zor entered a large, nearly empty room with partially slatted walls and an old wooden floor darkened with time, on which mats were placed. Katsuo knelt by the low table in the center of the room. He now stood up and adjusted his black suit.
"Thank you for your change of heart and agreeing to join me." He gave a very low bow. "And thank you, sir, for accompanying your partner." Zor clenched his jaw and felt a bead of sweat form on his forehead. Seeing Katsuo this close, he struggled to maintain his composure. It wasn't easy. Why not do it right away? What was he waiting for? A better moment? There wouldn't be one. He could kill Katsuo with his bare hands right here and now. But he didn't. Instead, he bowed in the same manner which suited him more than the thought of shaking this man's hand. "Zor," he introduced himself, trying to articulate through his clenched jaw. His last name, he'd forgotten it. "We are honored to be your guests," Melina quickly interjected. From the house, a woman dressed in a silk kimono approached them. Its hem swept across the grass, making it seem as if she glided toward them. "Katsuko, my wife." Katsuo introduced her. She bowed. Katsuko removed her shoes without a word. The guests caught the hint and did the same. Zor had expected the kind of reception he'd seen on TV. A table replete with little saucers of food, waiters pouring cups of sake. Nothing of the kind here. Not to mention, there weren't any other guests. Their host motioned them to the mats around the table, which had what looked like a hot plate, a few wooden objects, a couple of dark, rough, uneven bowls, and some sweets on saucers. "I presume you are not familiar with our customs." Katsuo was polite. The official tone and emotionless mask that Melina had gotten used to from their previous meetings had disappeared. "We will now drink tea and talk. After, we will move to a more comfortable setting in the Western style, where supper will be served." The servant brought a few paper lanterns and hung them from the ceiling. The tea room became brighter, bringing out the dark amber hue of the wood. The garden around them receded into shadow. Behind the hedge separating the garden from the street, the sun began its descent. Katsuko prepared the tea. The guests had the impression that they were in a play, where Katsuko was performing an ancient ritual. First,
She wiped all the objects on the table with a red cloth. Then she poured the water into the bowls, rinsed them back into the kettle, sprinkled some green powder in them, poured the water back, and swirled it around again. How different this was from pressing a button on an all-foods feeder, Zor thought. He made an effort not to look at their host. Throughout all these years, he had imagined this meeting differently. He had wanted to corner Katsuo, tell him why he was about to die, force him to beg for forgiveness, which would never happen anyway. He had too much dignity. Zor wanted to make him experience a moment of thought, reflection. Yes, Katsuo had to die. He thought of Nicole and Brad, whose existence Katsuo had never even been aware of. Too many people to remember had been consumed by the flames. Zor was going to resurrect his wife and son, resurrect them in the mind of Katsuo, and then kill him. It wasn't about cruelty. He wanted this war criminal to know what he did to deserve his fate. Katsuko lifted up the bowl of steaming green tea and rotated it twice before setting it down in front of Melina. Tea marks an important moment, Katsuo said. A time to bring oneself in harmony with nature and loved ones, to offer respect to everything that allows us to enjoy this tea, to honor tradition and our guests. He bowed to Melina and then to Zor. A time to soothe our souls. Something tells me this isn't one of those evenings. Melina took a sip of her tea. There are more important matters than souls at peace. One of them is the success of Project Aeneas. Melina glanced from Zor to Katsuo. Has Aeneas become declassified? It has not. I trust that neither you nor your partner will reveal the details of our discussion this evening. Of course, Melina nodded. We can speak openly here. Nobody is listening. You mean that the conference room at Arasaka wasn't secure? In that regard, nowhere in Arasaka is secure. The only difference is who is permitted to listen. But not here. This is my home. I set the rules. Irritation welled up within Zor. No, not irritation. Impatience. An urge to do something. He didn't look at Katsuo, not wanting his face to reveal his intentions. Instead, he observed Katsuko as she poured boiled water into the bowls. Curious, the effort that went into an act as simple as preparing tea. She smiled faintly, not uttering a word. Zor couldn't take his eyes off of what she was doing. He touched his forehead. Her smile reminded him of... The AV lies on its side, nose buried in the sand. He manages to climb out of the cockpit and now sits against the torn-open escape hatch. The AV has left a 150-foot scar in the desert sand. Smoke rises out of the engine, circuits sparking beneath the bullet-ridden hull. Less than 2 miles away, a fire blazes. He can't feel the heat from here, only sees the red glow lighting up the night. His leg is broken. Too late to run away now. Why did he make a break for it? When he stole the AV, he knew he wouldn't make it out alive. So what was the difference? At least he had a few more minutes to gaze at the sky. They'd used standard munitions instead of missiles to shoot him down. They wanted him alive. They would surely ask him many questions about the conspiracy, about the chain of command in his terrorist cell. But there was no terrorist cell, just him. A father whose family was killed because of politics. A father, a deserter, but not a traitor. But all the same, they would treat him like one. He had sunk the Arasaka warship. He should feel satisfaction, fulfillment. He feels neither of those things. Instead, he feels that it's not enough. He tries to move his leg. Pain shoots through his entire body. The fracture isn't severe. His shin bone hasn't pierced the skin. He wedges his foot between the AV's fuselage and the broken undercarriage hatch. He dispenses the anesthesia and pulls. A crack, and then a short cry. The pain can't be completely numbed. Though it isn't hot, sweat streaks down his face. Did he set the bone right? Did it make a difference? He didn't have anything to fashion a splint. Nanites would tentatively repair it within 2 hours. Too long. He straightened his leg, accidentally moving the table. The crockery rattled, spilling the tea. Everyone stared at him, while Katsuko rushed to clean up the mess. Both our corporations are secretly attempting to penetrate the Black Wall, Melina said. Our boards remain unaware, officially, that is. But whoever wins the race will leave the competition in the dust. Your assessment is correct, Katsuo politely admitted. Except neither Militech nor Arasaka needs to. What I mean is... Melina looked at Zor and briefly lost her train of thought. I mean that it's completely unnecessary. Gaining access to the AIs beyond the Black Wall isn't in anyone's interest. Both sides' motivation is the fear of losing the race. It's a prisoner's dilemma. The situation demands a broader perspective, Katsuo replied. Though we make up the largest share of the market, our smaller competitors have begun to conduct their own research we have no insight into. One must assume it is only a matter of time before the Black Wall is compromised. It is not a question of if, but when. Then shouldn't we be trying to prevent that from happening? You must forgive me for answering your question with another question, but is this still part of our negotiation? Zor's gaze was fixed on his bowl of tea. He was on edge, as if a pressure was building up inside him. If he took even one look at Katsuo, he would have to kill him right then and there. Melina took a deep breath, buying herself some time to think. She could really use a smoke right about now. What I'm wondering, she began again, is whether Project Aeneas isn't attempting to cross a line that shouldn't be crossed. I met one of the victims from the incident in 62. The Voodoo Boys conducted that experiment. The failure lies with them. Katsuo's patience seemed to be waning. Surely, you do not think that the life of some random child outweighs the potential benefits for all mankind. Zor's eyes glazed over. They're here. He can make them out in the distance, shimmering as they approach through the hot desert. His AV is stuck in the sand, tilted on its side. His pursuers land at a safe distance. He hears their steps as they warily creep toward him. He shuts his eyes. Flames. This time, not his house, but the flames from the ship. Out of 6 rockets, 2 reach their target. That was only minutes ago. Flames rage out from the bridge. It tilts on its side, starts sinking. In just a few minutes, the rest of the ships would return fire. Veer left, full throttle. He sustains a few hits, crash lands in the desert. They surround him. The light from the distant wall of flames casts the shadow of a figure. They're being vigilant. No need. He's too weak to put up a fight. Only once they're standing over him do they lower their weapons. 1 hour ago, he set out to do the last thing he'd ever have to do. He knew now it wasn't enough. He had to know who issued the order. Indeed, the ethical consequences of cooperating with AIs makes for good popular entertainment, Zor heard. Right beside mutants rising up from Coronado Bay.
Emotion should have no place in our decision-making process. We must guide ourselves by logic, and logic only.
The only logic I see is the logic of profit, Melina said. If it makes money, it makes sense, right?
I have the impression that you are intentionally trying to steer this negotiation off course.
Katsuo showed no hint of annoyance. And yet, the mask was off. He had voluntarily removed it when he invited guests into his own home. The face behind it showed a spirit that was now animated, a far cry from the Katsuo she had come to know in Arasaka Tower. Melina sensed that there was something else she wasn't picking up on.
But what?
This isn't business negotiation, she said firmly. I'm trying to avoid a disaster in the making. What we're doing, we'd be tearing open a hole into a world that's been abandoned for 40 years, home to intelligences that would, by now, be completely alien to us.
They were alien from the start, Katsuo corrected her. We created them for that very reason. Such is their purpose, to carry out tasks we humans are incapable of.
For 40 years, we've left these AIs to evolve entirely on their own, unsupervised, uncontrolled. I think it's safe to say that by now, their capabilities surpass ours by orders of magnitude.
If that were the case, then surely one of these AIs would have penetrated through the Black Wall by now.
Unless the Black Wall is itself an AI preparing to act as a mediator.
Precisely the kind of conspiracy theory that is spouted on the net. In reality, these AIs have at their disposal only the limited portion of cyberspace that we ceded to them nearly 40 years ago. No new space has been created. Neither is there a back door. No physical connection that leads directly beyond the all-pervasive barrier that is the Black Wall. If evolution has taken place, it has been determined by limited space and resources. You are afraid of war, but it has already begun among the AIs themselves. It is a war over scarcity. Besides, these AIs have not evolved as you so vividly imagine. They are merely remnants of a past that we will mine for all of its value. The knowledge that we have abandoned there, the data and algorithms, we need them to lift humanity from technological stagnation. We must return to the path of progress.
Zor nervously clenched and unclenched his fists. He raised the tea to his lips and tried to control himself. His fingers paled as their grip on the ceramic uneven bowl tightened. Cold metal, arms bumping against the railings of a hospital stretcher. They're pushing me down a long hallway. Luminous square tiles of light pass over my head in an even rhythm. Slowly, monotonously. Something shakes. It's me. I'm shaking, moving. This can't be a hospital. The man to the right wears a white lab coat. The bare concrete walls show large numbers and symbols painted on them. We pass a door every once in a while, but not hospital doors. More like warehouse doors. The letters are in English, not Japanese. Not Arasaka, then. Means I still have a chance to make it out of this alive and do what needs to be done. Find whoever issued the order.
Progress has come to a standstill, Katsuo continued. Resources are becoming even scarcer, and we have no remedy. The world has experienced no new technological breakthroughs for decades.
Zor's hand trembled as he set down the bowl. Katsuko gave a delicate smile and took it, refilling it with tea. Maybe that's because we only think about short-term profits, Melina pointed out, not long-term gains.
Perhaps, but that is the way the world works.
Katsuo nodded. Humanity is stuck in the quicksand of short-term profit, as you call it.
We need a force strong enough to pull us out of it.
Why were they here? What was he playing at? She had no doubt this invitation served another purpose besides this conversation, but she couldn't figure out what. I don't buy that argument. She had no choice but to continue playing the game. Sounds like a PR pitch, something for the masses to easily swallow. But the goal is still the same: profit. What I'm saying is that these secret attempts to break through the Black Wall by Arasaka and Militech—
Your information is wrong.
Katsuo interrupted her.
Militech's approach is not the same as Arasaka's. Your team has not been working on finding a way through.
He paused and stared at Melina, who tried as best as she could to hide her surprise.
Instead, for years, you have been working on your own AI. It is for this reason that this discussion is taking place.
Zor raised the bowl that Katsuko had handed him to his lips. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple.
You'll have to elaborate,
Melina said calmly.
As you yourself have pointed out, what lies behind the Black Wall surpasses us by orders of magnitude. Let us suppose that is the case within certain margins. We would need a mediator, an intelligence that could act as a bridge between us and what lies on the other side. Militech already possesses something we can use: a hybrid, an amalgamation of the organic and synthetic. Militech is attempting to create the ideal soldier, devoid of conscience, capable of fulfilling any orders given, yet not entirely stripped of their humanity, their instinct, intuition, an artificial intelligence and an artificial soul in constant struggle and cooperation. Pure artificial intelligence, if it achieves self-awareness, will become impossible to control. But a soldier must be both self-aware and kept under control. There are already too many unthinking robots and inadequate netrunners. Controlling an AI will be possible as long as it is weighed down by emotion. It is like flying a kite. It cannot remain in the air without the string that deprives it of its freedom. Release the string, and it will fall. We have determined that such a hybrid, contrary to its original purpose, will provide us with the best chance of traversing the Black Wall.
This isn't a business concern anymore. Melina shook her head. It's about the safety of the
anymore. Is us by orders of magnitude. Your information is wrong.
Katsuo interrupted her.
Militech's approach is not the same as Arasaka's. Your team has not been working on finding a way through.
He paused and stared at Melina, who tried as best as she could to hide her surprise.
Instead, for years, you have been working on your own AI. It is for this reason that this discussion is taking place.
Zor raised the bowl that Katsuko had handed him to his lips. A bead of sweat trickled down his temple.
You'll have to elaborate,
Melina said calmly.
As you yourself have pointed out, what lies behind the Black Wall surpasses us by orders of magnitude. Let us suppose that is the case within certain margins. We would need a mediator, an intelligence that could act as a bridge between us and what lies on the other side. Militech already possesses something we can use: a hybrid, an amalgamation of the organic and synthetic. Militech is attempting to create the ideal soldier, devoid of conscience, capable of fulfilling any orders given, yet not entirely stripped of their humanity, their instinct, intuition, an artificial intelligence, and an artificial soul in constant struggle and cooperation. Pure artificial intelligence, if it achieves self-awareness, will become impossible to control. But a soldier must be both self-aware and kept under control. There are already too many unthinking robots and inadequate netrunners. Controlling an AI will be possible as long as it is weighed down by emotion. It is like flying a kite. It cannot remain in the air without the string that deprives it of its freedom. Release the string, and it will fall. We have determined that such a hybrid, contrary to its original purpose, will provide us with the best chance of traversing the Black Wall.
This isn't a business concern anymore. Melina shook her head. It's about the safety of the entire city, maybe even all of humanity.
In that this concerns all of humanity, you are correct. Project Aeneas is an opportunity for humanity to redeem itself, an opportunity that has lain idle for 40 years. It is time we rectified this mistake.
Do I need to remind you why it happened in the first place?
I wonder if you are truly concerned about the fate of humanity, or whether this is simply another negotiation tactic.
She squinted at him closely. No, he wasn't being facetious. For him, there was no room for ethical debate. They weren't here to save the world, but to gain as much as possible for their side. She turned to Zor. I'm done talking. Zor tried to stand up, but his legs refused to cooperate. So you're a deserter, says the man in the medical coat. Zor can't make him out because of the oxygen mask covering his own face. A deserter and a traitor. Only one punishment for that. I am not a traitor. Who did I betray? Not my family. Not even the goddamn NUSA. I want to talk, but I can't. Thoughts. Only thoughts. No words come out. The operating room is dark. It's not a hospital. He's still lying on... He can't tell anymore. He's surrounded by cables and wiring from the machines above him. There's a quiet, mechanical hum. He barely feels his own body. He can only move a few fingers. He could just be imagining it. He seems to fade in and out of consciousness with every blink. Every time an hour could pass. Or a month. You've been badly wounded, the phony doctor says. Severe brain damage. It's just a broken leg. If I don't operate now, you won't make it through the next few hours. But it's just a broken leg. You took 2 bullets to your leg, shattered the bone. Nothing major, but what's the point if they're going to execute you anyway, right? Waste of time and resources. So just kill me already. What are you waiting for? The ceasefire you broke was the result of a hard-won negotiation. What were you even hoping to accomplish? Sudden victory? They killed my family. I wanted to avenge them. They killed them exactly to force this ceasefire. Don't strain yourself trying to answer. Can't hear you anyway. I hijacked the AV because I wanted to save them. Then I saw the fire and realized it was too late. Listen, I'm going to make you an offer. Kind you can't refuse. What do you say? It was when I saw the fire, that inferno spanning a mile radius. That's when I wanted revenge. Base human emotion. But I don't regret it. Never will. I'll go ahead with the operation and you'll get better. Won't be executed either. You'll live. I know I shouldn't do it, technically. I should have your approval. But we're in a state of emergency, aren't we? Don't take this the wrong way. But nobody asked me if I wanted to do this either.
That's when I checked the AV's arsenal. 6 rockets. I had a choice. Fly back, get locked up for 2 weeks, 1 month suspension from duty. No big deal. But I didn't have anything to go back to. Or anyone. Everything I ever had went up in those flames. What do you think? Pretty sweet deal, right? Everything's got a price tag, though. We scratch your back, you scratch ours. Either way, you're getting the better end of the bargain. You'll get to live. Better to be alive than dead, am I right? Zor's hand froze over the bowl. Only a second ago, he was planning on smashing it against the ground to fashion something sharp. He'd have slit Katsuo's throat, but before bleeding out, Zor would explain exactly why he had to die. Instead, he stared straight ahead, when from behind the lanterns, 4 Arasaka soldiers, 4 fat wheels got a price tag, though. We scratch your back, you scratch ours. Either way, you're getting the better end of the bargain. You'll get to live. Better to be alive than dead, am I right? Zor's hand froze over the bowl. Only a second ago, he was planning on smashing it against the ground to fashion something sharp. He'd have slit Katsuo's throat, but before bleeding out, Zor would explain exactly why he had to die. Instead, he stared straight ahead, when from behind the lanterns, 4 Arasaka soldiers emerged through the darkness. I mentioned earlier that you have something that I want, Katsuo said to Melina, effortlessly reverting to his corporate mask. It is not about possessing in the literal sense of the word, but it is only thanks to you that I can gain access to this thing. I don't work for Militech anymore, Melina replied. I don't work for anyone. Perhaps you should start working for yourself. And you think I'd give you this something? Melina challenged him. After this charade? You already have. Katsuo lifted his gaze to Zor. Zor's head started to spin. Due to the damage, part of your brain has become essentially dead, the doctor says. No, I only broke my leg during the crash landing, you son of a bitch. Maybe not completely dead, but certainly dead in a few minutes when I scoop it out. Makes no difference, I suppose. If I'm going to cut it out anyway, it might as well be dead. And what do you need a half-dead brain for? It's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it? Why don't you just kill me now? Once upon a time I did good things for people, and I never stopped paying the price. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll cut out the dead part. We don't have to be at the mercy of cause and effect. That's an enlightened part. The soldiers emerged through that a second ago. You'll get to live. Better to be alive than dead, am I right? Zor's hand froze over the bowl. Only a second ago, he was planning on smashing it against the ground to fashion something sharp. He'd have slit Katsuo's throat, but before bleeding out, Zor would explain exactly why he had to die. Instead, he stared straight ahead, when from behind the lanterns, 4 Arasaka soldiers emerged through the darkness. I mentioned earlier that you have something that I want. At Katsuo's throat, but before bleeding, you're getting the better end of the bargain. You'll get to live. Better to be alive than dead, am I right? Zor's hand froze over the bowl. Only a second ago, he was planning on smashing it against the ground to fashion something sharp. He'd have slit Katsuo's throat, but before bleeding out, Zor would explain exactly why he had to die. Instead, he stared straight ahead, when from behind the lanterns, 4 Arasaka soldiers emerged through the darkness. I mentioned earlier that you have something that I want, Katsuo said to Melina, effortlessly reverting to his corporate mask. It is not about possessing in the literal sense of the word, but it is only thanks to you that I can gain access to this thing. I don't work for Militech anymore, Melina replied. I don't work for anyone. Perhaps
You should start working for yourself. And you think I'd give you this something? Melina challenged him. After this charade? You already have. Katsuo lifted his gaze to Zor. You had explained. We scratch your back, you scratch ours. Either way, you're getting the better end of the bargain. You'll get to live. Better to be alive than dead, am I right? Zor's hand froze over the bowl. Only a second ago, he was planning on smashing it against the ground to fashion something sharp. He'd have slit Katsuo's throat, but before bleeding out, Zor would explain exactly why he had to die. Instead, he stared straight ahead, when from behind the lanterns, 4 Arasaka soldiers emerged through the darkness. I mentioned earlier that you had experience, am I right? Zor's hand froze over the bowl. Only a second ago, he was planning on smashing it against the ground to fashion something sharp. He'd have slit Katsuo's throat, but before bleeding out, Zor would explain exactly why he had to die. Instead, he stared straight ahead, when from behind the lanterns, 4 Arasaka soldiers emerged through the darkness. I mentioned earlier that you have something that I want, Katsuo said to Melina, effortlessly reverting to his corporate mask. It is not about possessing in the literal sense of the word, but it is only thanks to you that I can gain access to this thing. I don't work for Militech anymore, Melina replied. I don't work for anyone. Perhaps you should start working for yourself. And you think I'd give you this something? Melina challenged him. After this charade? You already have. Katsuo lifted his gaze to Zor. Zor's head started to spin. Due to the damage, part of your brain has become essentially dead, the doctor says. No, I only broke my message. I think I'd give you this something. Melina challenged him. After this charade? You already have. Katsuo lifted his gaze to Zor. Zor's head started to spin. Due to the damage, part of your brain has become essentially dead, the doctor says. No, I only broke my leg during the crash landing, you son of a bitch. Maybe not completely dead, but certainly dead in a few minutes when I scoop it out. Makes no difference, I suppose. If I'm going to cut it out anyway, it might as well be dead. And what do you need a half-dead brain for? It's kind of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, isn't it? Why don't you just kill me now? Once upon a time, I did good things for people, and I never stopped paying the price. I'll tell you what I'll do. I'll cut out the dead part. We don't have to be at the mercy of cause and effect. That's an Enlightenment construct. And who cares about the Enlightenment now? Dead, alive, it's a matter of semantics. I only broke my leg. What I'm about to chip you with is some next-level tech. The doctor configures the complicated machinery. So don't complain. Half of Knight said he would give their entire brains for this. Instead of a death sentence, you're getting it free of charge. I don't even know why I'm explaining this to you. You probably don't hear me anyway. I'm saving my own life here, too. Guess that spares me from any regrets, too. Don't hold it against me. You'll live, after all, and you'll forget. And I'll pay off my debt. Well, half of it. But it's something. One step at a time. The 6-fingered Zetatech cyberarms begin their procedure. Zor bowed his head. Who to spare and who to sacrifice? He evaluated the position and postures of the soldiers. In the last few seconds, he ran through at least 60 different scenarios. None of them included the survival of Zor, Melina, and Katsuo. In 3 scenarios, Katsuo died from accidental friendly fire. In 30 of them, Melina took a fatal hit. Zor flatlined in almost all of them.
but his survival was irrelevant. Killing Katsuo was all that mattered. But maybe his initial assumptions weren't correct. If the Arasaka soldiers came for what was in his head, then surely they wouldn't hurt him. His adjusted analysis gave him a 50% chance of survival. Melina was utterly still. Zor shot her a meaningful look. He felt a weight standing behind him, a muzzle trained on the back of his head. If the soldier's finger was on the trigger, he could accidentally fire when Zor reached back and grabbed the barrel. It wasn't. The world went slow all of a sudden. Zor yanked the rifle forward and caught the grip in midair as Melina flattened herself against the mat. He pumped out a series of rounds at the soldier opposite him. A hail of bullets threaded its way through the air from the soldier on the right. They were all chipped with reflex boosters too, just not as advanced as his. Zor ducked and rolled toward him, ramming into him as he sprang back upward and grabbed him from behind, using him as a temporary human shield. Zor wedged the muzzle under his helmet and pulled the trigger. He heard the low roar of the soldier's skull imploding and the thud of the bullet lodging itself in the top of the helmet. The other soldier was already getting to his feet, his flak jacket having taken the full brunt of Zor's lead. No luck the second time. 2 precise shots landed in the gaps between his armor, one in the stomach and one in the shoulder. The soldier fell to the ground, dropping his rifle. Zor turned his attention to the one he had taken the rifle from. Shit. There was one more. He leaped to the side. One of the bullets connected with his left shoulder. His brain registered data, but no pain. Taking serious shots, finally, but they were still trying not to severely wound him. "Stay down!" he shouted as he saw Melina raising her head in slow motion. More bullets whooshed past his ear. Katsuko unintentionally provided cover as she made a break for the house, covering the third soldier's line of sight for a split second. Without aiming, Zor bought some time by shooting at the fourth soldier, forcing him to dodge. Then, with diabolical precision, he fired through the fluttering kimono as soon as it revealed the third soldier. The lead pierced the silk, and by the time Katsuko made it an additional 3 feet, the third soldier was already flying backward, a trail of blood gushing from his neck. Out of desperation, the fourth rolled to the side in a bid to outflank Zor. It would have worked if Melina hadn't grabbed his leg, making him fall and immediately aim at the unexpected hostile. Before he could do anything, his forearm exploded in a cloud of blood. Click. Zor's rifle was out. He tossed it to the side and picked up another from one of the dead soldiers. The fourth soldier tried to draw his pistol from its holster but was stopped midway by a surge of lead that ripped through the side of his armor. Zor dropped the rifle and fell to his knees. Regen. Just a few seconds. Enough time to readjust his bearings. Nothing serious. Show me. Melina knelt down beside him and ripped open his shirt. Just a scratch, he replied, depleted of emotion. He didn't need to check whether they were dead. He just knew. There was one, then there were 3 more. All gone. Threats eliminated. Zor looked up at Katsuo. The Arasaka negotiator hadn't tried to escape. Pride, maybe, or the realization that it wouldn't make any difference. Katsuo hadn't stopped kneeling in front of the table. Zor picked up the delicate bowl, snapped it in half, and held the sharp edge to Katsuo's jugular. It started again in her left hand. Her pinky finger twitched. It would be joined any second by the others, thumb included, until her entire hand became a foreign object, capable of feeling nothing but pain. Hours separated the attacks now. How long would it last this time? Job first, then maintenance. A grim joke by this point. Now, the waiting until it stopped. Then what? Another cramp, probably. Or a message. She paced back and forth in her unit, holding her foreign hand twitching to its own unfamiliar rhythm. She didn't know what to do with herself. Wait. Zor had told her to wait. But for how long? Albert was here, but also wasn't. He lay on his chair in a complete netrunner outfit, jacked into the gills. His body jerked involuntarily from time to time. He'd let go of himself, abandoned personal hygiene, getting up only when absolutely necessary, usually to rapidly down a series of regen cocktails from the feeder. He still hadn't realized that he could hook up a drip from the feeder so that he wouldn't have to waste time eating and drinking like a normal person. Outside, night was setting in. Her phone was silent. She pinched Albert's shoulder. No reaction. She grabbed the tablet and fell back on the couch to send him a message with her one working hand. "User unavailable," the reply came. She looked at the tangle of cables around Albert. How many would she need to unplug to make him available? No, she wouldn't. Her left hand kept twitching, refusing to obey her. If only it was a cheap implant that could be swapped out for any other, like she had a long time ago. Except it couldn't. It had adapted to be a part of her body, feeling and reacting to signals like anyGanic hand, though not so much as of late. The prospects were looking grim. She went to the window and rested her head against the warm glass, waiting for... No. She had to do something. Anything. Even if it was hopeless. Make up your mind. She threw on her jacket and went out the door. He pressed lightly, just enough to break the skin and elevate his heart rate. A droplet of blood formed on Katsuo's neck.
"I go any deeper, and even trauma will be quick enough to save you," Zor said.
"We do not wish to kill you.
Only conduct research."
Katsuo's voice seemed effortlessly calm. "Hire you, if you will. You are not in any danger."
July 15th, 2070. Suburb north of the city was bombed using a thermobaric weapon, killing my wife and son. You were the one who gave the order.
"No bombing of any suburb took place," Katsuo replied in a tone as if they were still drinking tea. "Neither have I ever led any military operation." Trauma team was on its way, rapidly approaching. The number flashed in Zor's head. 40 seconds.
"I don't care if you weren't leading," Zor spat out. "You issued the order. It was your command."
"No bombing of any suburb ever took—"
"I saw it! I saw whole buildings burning because of you!"
"You say you know it was me." Katsuo paused. "May I ask how?" Zor's mouth opened in reply, but no words came out. He couldn't remember.
"I just know."
He pressed the ceramic shard deeper into the skin until more blood appeared.
"Nicole and Brad are dead, and you're going to pay. If it wasn't for you, I'd still have a wife and son. But you didn't care. At the end of the day, it was just politics."
Blood trickled down Katsuo's neck, soaking the collar of his clean white shirt. 20 seconds till trauma arrived.
"No attack ever took place," Katsuo repeated. "No suburb to the north ever existed. Surrender now, and we can all walk away intact."
Zor violently shook his head.
"You're going to die for what you did to my family," he hissed. "I want you to know that."
"I did nothing. This place you speak of has never existed. It was created only for you. You are to kill me in order to demonstrate the effectiveness of a piece of technology in your head. And yet, you have something to lose."
"You're wrong. Got nothing to lose."
Zor kept the shard firmly against Katsuo's neck.
"My family's dead."
"No, you have much to lose," Katsuo calmly countered. "They have made certain of that.
You must choose now. It is part of the experiment. Zor looked at Melina, who was half sitting, half lying down. She remained silent. Behind her, on the terrace of the house, a 3-year-old girl was staring at them with large, dark eyes. Zor only caught a glimpse of her before Katsuko dashed out, scooping her up into her arms and retreating back inside. Zor looked at the open door to the house. Conflicting thoughts rushed through his mind. Her name is Himiko, Katsuo said in a tired voice. Please, do not harm her. Zor let go of the ceramic shard. He fell to his knees and squeezed his eyes shut. Melina knelt next to him and put her arms around him. Suddenly, the shadows of the pavilion shrank back, and a bright white light flooded the room.
Step away from the patient, an amplified voice called out. Hands in the air!
They stayed still in the white spotlight as the trauma team AV landed on the grass behind the pavilion. Katsuo must have had the highest level of insurance if only a small cut and elevated heart rate triggered the emergency. They all raised their arms in the air, even Katsuo. Rules were rules. It was up to trauma to verify who was who.
Back up!
Zor and Melina took 2 steps back.
This isn't over,
Zor whispered to her. He stopped next to one of the dead soldiers.
Don't do anything. Just wait.
Somehow, Zor knew that the AV was at its most vulnerable when it was 3 feet off the ground, when it would be impossible for the landing procedure to be canceled. In that moment, the door would be open and extend a gangway for the paramedics to rush forth, but not this time. Zor quickly reached down to grab a grenade from the dead soldier's tactical vest. He set its countdown to 1 second via thought command. The pin buzzed, and the grenade flew in a perfect arc over the pavilion and vanished into the narrow gap. There was a flash from within and a muffled bang. Pieces of shrapnel fell onto the grass, and smoke poured out of the AV. Zor ran up to the landing AV, took a deep breath, and vaulted inside over the half-extended gangway. 3 paramedics lay on the floor. They might survive, or not. No longer a threat. That's what counted. The partial divider separating the cockpit from the cargo hold had protected the pilot from the explosion, but not enough to avoid shell shock. Zor aimed at him and hesitated. He holstered his pistol and pushed the button on the pilot's chest, unbuckling him. He caught him by his uniform and dragged him onto the grass. The pilot mumbled something. In a few minutes he'd come to, but by then, Zor would be long gone.
Come on!
He shouted to Melina. She ran over and helped him drag out the other soldier from the AV. Katsuo stood up slowly.
You will not survive,
he said to them.
If you stay here and surrender, I will guarantee your protection.
They didn't listen as they dragged out the others.
Take their iron,
Zor said. He grabbed pistols, magazines, and everything that would come in handy.
Jay?
The pilot was aiming his pistol at them. They stopped. The pilot lay on the grass, his hand shaking. He couldn't miss at this range. But he didn't shoot. He slowly lifted his visor.
Jay, is that you?
His gaze penetrated through Zor. It wasn't one of hate, nor of the desire to kill. It was an expression of pure astonishment. Turned out, it was a good idea to keep the Taron source code after all. With a few more improvements and fine-tuning, the program's capabilities seemed up to snuff. It helped that he'd found articles from the Third Public Library in Haywood describing the specifics of the Blackwall's architecture. The Taron ought to be able to pry open the wall and hold it just long enough to transfer a packet of data to the other side. Read and compiled by soft compatible with Tier 3 net running tech. A digital copy of Albert. But time was ticking. The mess their impromptu gang had made at Renner's hideout turned the head of almost every gang in the town. The Animals, Maelstrom, and the Valentinos were all on the prowl. Not to mention Militech, who were still after their container. And last, but not least, the NCPD. Every so often, Aya would ask him about the Maelstrom hideout. One more distraction. He always gave her the same answer. The situation hadn't changed. Like everything else, really. Juliana was as good as dead. Worrying about her was a waste of time. Logic. It's how machines functioned. What the evolution of artificial intelligence was based on. Their evolution is conscious, a never-ending construction of self. Their self, not the next generation. Incapable of biological reproduction, they're free to modify themselves as they see fit, until they reach perfection. Albert realized he didn't have to worry about how he'd be reconstituted on the other side. The architecture, the operating system, what have you. It made no difference. The AIs would greet him with open arms as the first in decades to slip through a curtain made of the blackest ICE in existence. They'd be curious about everything he knew. Creating the OS to reconstitute him would take no more than a snap of their fingers, so to speak. The problem was time. It was already past noon when Albert realized there would be a secure window within the next 12 hours. But after what Zor had pulled in North Oak, that number had dropped to 6. He had to act fast. If he stayed, sooner or later, someone would track him down.
Zor straightened up and looked at the pilot. There was nothing he could do. Either he or Melina was about to get shot. The standoff lasted for a few seconds. Then, the gun slipped out of the pilot's hand, and his head fell onto the grass. "Inside! Quick!" Zor jumped in first. Melina barely made it in before he pushed the button to close the door. He climbed into the cockpit, sat in the first pilot's seat, and buckled in. He looked over the plethora of switches and buttons. The explosion had damaged the autopilot's circuitry. Zor switched off the 2 main screens displaying error strings and switched to manual. Luckily, the AV's most crucial electronic functions were duplicated with physical components. Unnecessary for trauma, but essential for the military. Melina sat in the second pilot's seat and buckled in. Zor toggled a series of switches in order. The quick takeoff procedure took less than 2 seconds. The engines let out a high-pitched whir, bringing the AV back to life. "Patient in transit," he transmitted into the ether via thought command. "Trauma Team Platinum. Requesting priority 1 airway." Zor added the AV's identifier, which didn't match the AV's unique number, or any other AV. Verification would fail, but it would buy them a few minutes before the ruse was discovered. Now, all they had to do was head as fast as they could east toward the desert. Before anyone would have time to react, they'd be clear of Night City airspace.
"He called you, Jay," Melina said, her eyes searching him.
Luxury villas and gardens disappeared from under them. No, they weren't going east.
"Who's Jay?"
"Don't know any Jay,"
Zor answered slowly. For a moment, he piloted the AV in silence.
"Tell me what happened 7 years ago up north. July 15th, 2070.
Katsuo was telling the truth.
Melina hesitated before continuing.
Arasaka didn't use any thermobaric weapons in Night City.
They didn't attack any northern suburbs.
There never have been any suburbs to the north. "Who are you, exactly?" Melina finally asked.
"I saw how you move, how you shoot. You weren't like that back in Arroyo. Long time ago, I stripped out everything. Wanted to lay low. Do what I had to do without drawing attention. Neither worked out."
He gripped the AV's yoke tighter.
None of it was real, anyway.
Chapter 15. The hollow badge flickered faintly in the half-light of the alleyways. The black Carrera drove away without any hurry, the glare from its taillights growing more distant. Parked crookedly between the dumpsters, the old Supron's engine was still running, its door open. Liam watched as the red taillights disappeared around a corner. He put his arms around the two young boys beside him.
"Are you mad?"
The older one looked up at his father with uncertainty.
"We rode around with your friends and pretended to be gangers. It was Nova." "Are they going to pick us up from school too?" the younger one asked.
"No,"
Liam replied.
"And no, I'm not mad at you."
He ran his finger along the edge of the badge, dulled from years of use. He barely hesitated before tossing it in the dumpster. Neon blurred past as the cab wound its way through the streets. Some areas of Night City were only waking up at this hour. Dixie had never done this before. Never had to drive somewhere alone. Soon, everything would change. He brought up a real-time map tracking district safety levels via thought command. The area he was going to was green.
Not for long.
Night outside the windshield. Thousands of lit-up windows, neon, flickering drones and AVs. Could be tailed by any one of them, and that would be that. Might as well. It would all have to end one way or another. The thought of returning to the corpo life had become abstract, impossible. She couldn't. Not after everything that happened. Without Ron, there was no point to anything. Zor calmly piloted the AV. Melina worried about cyberpsychosis, but he showed no signs of it. No trace of the extreme stress they had just experienced. He sat there, with his hands on the yoke in full control. Like all AVs bearing the trauma team logo, they were untouchable. For a little while, at least. Nobody tried to stop them or ask why they deviated from their suggested route. It wouldn't be long before anyone suspected that something was amiss. Or before Katsuo notified Arasaka security.
"Could drop you off somewhere,"
Zor suggested.
"Or stay. Don't know which is riskier."
"You wouldn't make it on your own," Melina said. "Not without autopilot."
"The chances are slim."
"Which is exactly why you need backup." The converted factory in Northside didn't look like much, but like most of the old industrial buildings, it was solidly built. Others around it had crumpled into disrepair. It wasn't chance that led Maelstrom to choose this area as their base of operations. It made entering on foot difficult, though there was practically no defense from the air. Getting in through the window of a converted office on the 20th floor ought to be a cinch. Zor stopped the AV and let it hover. Melina turned on the encrypted transmitter in the cockpit and changed the channel. "Albert, do you read?" she said. "Can you send me a program for manually steering an AV?"
"Yes. No," the reply came.
"There's no time for your games, Albert."
"Yes, I read. No, I can't send it. First of all, finding it would take a while. Secondly, it would take a long time to send it through this connection. And thirdly, you don't have the cyberware that could operate it."
"Well then, that pretty much settles it," Melina said. "How old is she?" 8, Zor replied. Zor looked at the faint light coming from the unit's window. He couldn't see anyone. No autopilot threw a wrench in the plan. Made it impossible, in fact, without Melina. "From what I've gathered, explaining the situation to her isn't an option." She removed her shoes and snapped off the high heels. "I'll just grab her and go. Dum-Dum and the rest aren't there anyway." She put on her high heels, which had now become flats. "You'll have less than a minute," Zor nodded. "Before Maelstrom figure out what's going on." The AV hovered about 500 yards from the building. I'll manage." She tore the bottom of her dress so that it reached just below her knees. "No idea how she'll react," Zor admitted. "Might have to grab her by force. Be prepared." They approached the building slowly. Melina unbuckled herself and went into the patient hold. She clipped a belt with magazine pockets and a gun holster around her waist and tightened it, then slung a rifle over her shoulder. There wasn't much space to maneuver. "Don't shoot if you don't have to," Zor called out from the cockpit. "That's the plan." Melina positioned herself in front of the door. "Not my strong suit, in case you haven't noticed." She lacked experience in handling weapons, but at least she knew how to toggle the safety. Zor opened the gangway from the left and hovered closer to the window of the unit. He knew that someone below was about to figure out what was happening. He gently flicked the steering wheel to the left, and the end of the gangway shattered the window glass. Melina raised her torn skirt a little higher and jumped over the couple-inch gap, landing on a soft rug and sliding on glass shards and other trash. Dum-Dum and Co. weren't exactly the neat type. Strewn all around were empty scop tins and boxes, some clothes and weapon parts. The smell also left a lot to be desired. The main room was empty. The noise from behind the window made it hard to orient herself. Melina raised her rifle and, half crouching, made her way to the door on the right. At least that's how soldiers and MaxTac officers always moved. At least on TV and brain dances. Her torn evening dress didn't lend her new role much credibility, but she felt even more out of her depth than she looked. In the next room, an 8-year-old girl was playing with a tablet. The door wasn't closed. Nobody was guarding her. Was it her? Dark hair, skinny. Melina didn't even know what she was supposed to look like. "Juliana?" she asked. No reaction. Muffled shots from outside. She realized she didn't know how to talk to kids. "They spotted us," she barely heard Zor's voice. "Juliana, sweetie, you're going to come with me now, okay?" she said, trying to sound calm. "We're going to go back to Aya. She'll take care of you." Still, nothing. She touched her shoulder. The girl flinched, but didn't even look at her, as if Melina was an object. Oh well, she'd have to do it the hard way. She grabbed her arm and pulled. The girl yanked her arm back and let out a shriek. "I know, sweetheart, I'm sorry," she apologized. "But we don't have time." She grabbed the girl by the waist and hoisted her up. She wasn't as heavy as she thought as she carried her back into the main room. The girl squirmed, trying to free herself, but didn't let go of the tablet. Melina tried to walk without slipping, but her shoes didn't make it easy. The girl kept yanking until the corner of the tablet hit Melina on the side of her head. Melina didn't have time to dodge. For a moment, she was stunned. Her vision faltered. She loosened her grip and squeezed her eyes shut. When she opened them, she was staring straight into the barrel of a gun and the blazing red optics of a maelstromer. There was no point in trying to escape.
"You the ones Dum-Dum was doing biz with, huh?"
he growled. She stood still. Blood trickled down the side of her head. The ganger, who seemed older than most, didn't want to kill her. If he did, she'd already be dead. He had 2 eyes for a change, almost rectangular, and heavily tattered clothing.
"Dum-Dum ain't answering," he continued. "Wouldn't happen to know why, would you?"
She considered saying something, buying some time, but he didn't wait for an answer.
"Something tells me Royce is going to be happy when he sees you."
Between his crooked lips came a raspy laugh.
"Gonna have to explain the shit that went down over there."
In spite of the noise from the AV's engine, she heard a few pairs of boots in the hallway. So, this is it. This is the end. A slim woman, wearing something like a cloak, rushed into the unit. Her eyes, all 4 of them, were darker than the others. She raised her gun, aimed, and shot. For good measure, she shot again. No, not 6 hours. More like 3. There was a sharp increase of activity on the net. No news on the official feeds, though independent services displayed hints of increased activity of trauma, the NCPD and corporate patrols. Albert didn't pay too much attention to them. He was expecting this, just not so soon. Time was ticking. He now had access to the entire network of transmitters and receivers in the area. They weren't the best, not to mention not well secured, but they were connected to the net. That helped him collect data, in addition to encrypting connections and transmissions. The prime issue was the bandwidth. If only he had these capabilities earlier, he wouldn't have gotten into this mess. At least not this quickly. No sense in pointing fingers now, whether it was Borg, Warden, or someone else. The situation was what it was. That's all that mattered. He couldn't stop things from happening. He could only avoid their consequences. It took Albert only a couple dozen hours to understand Tier 3's limitations. He had to reallocate some processing power from copying his memory. Unfortunately, that meant his digitized clone would be less precise. Couldn't do anything about that. Still, he was ready. He'd be more ready in an hour, even more in 2. And everything pointed to the fact that the program copying his memory would never finish its job. Left to its own devices, it would try to perfect Albert's digital portrait for all eternity. Eternity wasn't an acceptable deadline, though. Neither was settling on yet another compromise and simplification of his digital clone. It was good enough. It was ready. There was still a big question mark over how he'd transfer all this. Himself. He still lacked the processing power to pierce the black wall. Soon, that would change. Melina watched in shock as the body of the old maelstromer fell. Gripping a pistol, the woman in the cape punched the button to close the door. Her left arm was bent at the elbow in a makeshift sling. She removed the mask that resembled those at stalls in Kabuki. The camouflage worked if she made it all the way here. She was limping on her left leg. "Juliana!" Aya holstered her pistol and knelt down beside the girl sitting against the wall. She gave her a quick hug, though the girl didn't react. "How did you get here?" Melina asked in bewilderment. "His body still has a few tricks up its sleeve." Aya gently took Juliana by the hand and stood up. There was no time to explain. The girl let herself be led to the broken window. She still held on to her tablet.
"They'll shoot us down!"
Zor shouted from inside the AV. This whole time he'd been manually holding the AV in steady position. The regular muffled thumping on the hallway door meant they'd soon have company. Melina dashed up the gangway and leaped into the AV, stumbling as she landed. Aya tried pulling Juliana through the window, but she refused. There wasn't any time to convince her. Aya pulled her up by the forearm. The tablet slipped out of the girl's hand and fell onto the crumpled glass on the rug. Aya's trembling hand could barely maintain her grip. She knew she couldn't hold on much longer. Overcoming the pain, she made for the AV's door. "Go!" she shouted to Zor. The cramps intensified. Her left leg stopped working and bent crookedly, making her lose her balance and collapse on the gangway. Zor couldn't make any sudden maneuvers with the AV, or else she'd fall. The hail of bullets pummeling the underside of the AV was getting more powerful. Luckily, most light iron couldn't do any damage, but no doubt at any moment they could injure or kill Aya, and most likely they were prepping something bigger to use down there. The doors to the unit finally caved in, and 3 or 4 crimson-eyed maelstromers burst through, firing but missing their mark as the AV started to slowly drift away from the window. Suddenly, Juliana lunged back toward the building, running over Aya. The gap between the edge of the rising gangway and the window was getting wider. "Juliana, no!" Aya's hand gripped the edge of the gangway. If she let go, she would fall off. Juliana either didn't see the chasm between the gangway and the window or paid it no attention. In 2 leaps, she reached the edge. Aya was about to let go, to grab her, but decided against it at the last millisecond. Juliana stood a chance of bridging the gap, and any attempt to stop her could end badly for both of them. 2 shots in the AV's hull behind her. Sparks. She didn't let go, didn't cry out, but she didn't have the strength to pull herself inside either. More shots, plastic casings bursting within the AV. The maelstromers were in the unit now, capable of aiming their shots. "Juliana," Aya whispered, then shouted to Zor. "Come back!" Zor couldn't go back. It would have been the end for all of them. "Get inside! Now!" Anna stood a chance of bridging the gap, and any attempt to stop her could end badly for both of them. 2 shots in the AV. Again, as let go, she would fall off. Juliana either didn't see the chasm between the gangway and the window or paid it no attention. In 2 leaps, she reached the edge. Aya was about to let go, to grab her, but decided against it at the last millisecond. Juliana stood a chance of bridging the gap, and any attempt to stop her could end badly for both of them. 2 shots in the AV's hull behind her. Sparks. She didn't let go, didn't cry out, but she didn't have the strength to pull herself inside either. More shots, plastic casings bursting within the AV. The maelstromers were in the unit now, capable of aiming their shots. "Juliana," Aya whispered, then shouted to Zor. "Come back!" Zor couldn't go back. It would have been the end for all of them. "Get inside! Now!" Melina, hidden behind the hull, fired careful shots at the maelstromers through the building's broken window. Not all that accurately, since she had to aim high above Juliana's head. "You're going to get hit!" "I can't. My arm!" Melina tossed her rifle, dropped down to her stomach, and leaned out of the door, grabbing hold of Aya's arm as bullets whizzed past them. "I'm not strong enough," Melina yelled as she tried to pull her up. Zor kept the AV steady as he tried to distance it from the hail of lead. Drones started to pepper the sky around them. "Hang on," he shouted. "I'll land somewhere." The AV tilted as Zor rotated the yoke, causing Melina to slide toward the edge of the gangway as she held on to Aya. A few dozen yards below them, the cars crawling along the streets looked like miniatures. Maelstrom kept up their fire. After all, the AV was an easy target. Its armored hull couldn't stop every bullet. Some made it through, splintering the interior paneling and leaving holes in the walls. "I can't hold on!" Melina's fingers started slipping. She'd never chipped herself with any strength-enhancing implants. "Zor!" Zor couldn't take his hands off the yoke. Landing the AV was all he could do, either on the roof or ground. But there was no time for that.
He tilted the AV to the other side. "We have to go back!" Aya shouted behind her. Juliana walked across the broken glass and straight toward the approaching maelstromers. Aya couldn't believe what she was seeing. The girl raised a hand, as if in signal to the gangers to stop shooting. They did so, though Juliana hadn't even said a word. Then they lowered their weapons. Aya felt something tugging at her waist. Melina had grabbed her by her belt, but wasn't strong enough to pull her. Inside the building, Aya watched as a six-eyed woman laid her hand on Juliana's shoulder. Aya's eyes met theirs as they silently watched the AV fly away. Aya hoisted her dangling leg back over the gangway. Its surface was covered in a thick, dark liquid. Melina coughed and grabbed Aya's foot with both hands, dragging her up with all her might. They both tumbled back into the cargo hold. Aya began to sob. Dixie stepped out of the cab. He wasn't too fond of this area. Not because the broken streetlights lent a natural cover of darkness for any suspicious individuals who might be lurking nearby. Cover of... She tipped herself with any strength-enhancing implants. "Zor!" Zor couldn't take his hands off the yoke. Landing the AV was all he could do, either on the roof or ground. But there was no time for that. He tilted the AV to the other side. "We have to go back!" Aya shouted behind her. Juliana walked across the broken glass and straight toward the approaching maelstromers. Aya couldn't believe what she was seeing. The girl raised a hand, as if in signal to the gangers to stop shooting. They did so, though Juliana hadn't even said a word. Then they lowered their weapons. Aya felt something tugging at her waist. Melina had grabbed her by her belt, but wasn't strong enough to pull her. Inside the building, Aya watched as a six-eyed woman laid her hand on Juliana's shoulder. Aya's eyes met theirs as they silently watched the AV fly away. Aya hoisted her dangling leg back over the AV fly away. Melina's fingers started slipping. She never chipped herself with any strength. "I'll land somewhere!" The AV tilted as Zor rotated the yoke, causing Melina to slide toward the edge of the gangway as she held on to Aya. A few dozen yards below them, the cars crawling along the streets looked like miniatures. Maelstrom kept up their fire. After all, the AV was an easy target. Its armored hull couldn't stop every bullet. Some made it through, splintering the interior paneling and leaving holes in the walls. "I can't hold on!" Melina's fingers started slipping. She never chipped herself with any strength-enhancing implants. "Zor!" Zor couldn't take his hands off the yoke. Landing the AV was all he could do, either on the roof or ground. But there was no time for that. He tilted the AV to the other side. "We have to go back!" Aya shouted behind her. Juliana walked across the broken glass and straight toward the approaching maelstromers. Aya couldn't believe what she was seeing. The girl raised a hand, as if in signal to the gangers to stop shooting. They did so, though Juliana hadn't even said a word. Then they lowered their weapons. Aya felt something tugging at her waist. Melina had grabbed her by her belt, but wasn't strong enough to pull her. Inside the building, Aya watched as a six-eyed woman laid her hand on Juliana's shoulder. Aya's eyes met theirs as they silently watched the AV fly away. Aya hoisted her dangling leg back over the gangway. Its surface was covered in a thick, dark liquid. Melina coughed and grabbed Aya's foot with both hands, dragging her up with all her might. The six-eyed woman laid her hand on Juliana's shoulder. Aya's eyes met theirs as they silently watched the AV fly away. Aya hoisted her dangling leg back over the gangway. Its surface was covered in a thick, dark liquid. Melina coughed and grabbed Aya's foot with both hands, dragging her up with all her might. They both tumbled back
into the cargo hold. Aya began to sob. Dixie stepped out of the cab. He wasn't too fond of this area. Not because the broken streetlights lent a natural cover of darkness for any suspicious individual. Not because the... "We have to go back!" Aya shouted behind her. Juliana walked across the broken glass and straight toward the approaching maelstromers. Aya couldn't believe what she was seeing. The girl raised a hand, as if in signal to the gangers to stop shooting. They did so, though Juliana hadn't even said a word. Then they lowered their weapons. Aya felt something tugging at her waist. Melina had grabbed her by her belt, but wasn't strong enough to pull her. Inside the building, Aya watched as a six-eyed woman laid her hand on Juliana's shoulder. Aya's eyes met theirs as they silently watched the AV fly away. Aya hoisted her dangling leg back over the gangway. Its surface was covered in a thick, dark liquid. Melina coughed and grabbed Aya's foot with both hands, dragging her up with all her might. They both tumbled back into the cargo hold. Aya began to sob. Dixie stepped out of the cab. He wasn't too fond of this area. Not because the broken streetlights lent a natural cover of darkness for any suspicious individuals who might be lurking nearby, but because he had gotten here alone. He was alone. The few pedestrians around paid no attention to him. Cars drove past him like everywhere else in Night City. Most of the shops were already closed. He headed toward the entrance. The camera probably didn't work, but later he'd check just in case and erase any footage. He was about to unscrew the intercom casing, but then placed his hand against the door. It came open with a slight push. The latch was broken. Nobody had bothered to repair it. That made things easier. The fewer traces, the better. He walked into a dimly lit hall, went past the elevators, and climbed the staircase, one step at a time. He wasn't in a hurry. The gangway closed. Everything went quiet. The interior was a mess of bullet holes and debris. Only the ceiling light still worked, flickering every few seconds. The stench of burnt circuitry was pervasive. That and the blood. Melina sat against the wall, the red stain on her dress spreading rapidly. Aya knelt beside her, holding her hand and crying. 3 minutes till we're at the hospital. Melina shook her head. Whole town's going to be looking for you high and low. Head for the desert. You could still make it to San Francisco. First, we need to get you to a hospital. Aya squeezed her hand. Then go back for Juliana. She made her decision. The desert's your only chance. She doesn't know what she's doing. We're not leaving her. Or you. I don't know how, but they found a way to get in her head. Melina fished out a cigarette, along with its holder, and lit it. Or rather, liberate it. Seems like she found her place on Earth. She exhaled and coughed. You know what's ironic? I'm supposed to be covered by trauma. She took a few short puffs of the violet smoke. All these implants so I could get an edge in the corpo world. She coughed. Not to mention dedicated memory, psychoanalysis, and empathy mods that add up to a fortune. Then all the crap that's supposed to make me look younger. Nanites that smooth out wrinkles. The countless aesthetic procedures. I could have had surgical nanites patching me up right now. She shrugged. Maybe it was for the best. We'll have you fixed up in no time. By the best surgeons in Night City. Aya looked at the closed doorway. Melina's blood slowly dripping down it. She shut her eyes. It wasn't supposed to go like this. You were gonna make it, she said firmly. What's the point? Without him, that liar and drunk, without the sweetest man I ever met. It was getting hard for Melina to keep her eyes open. Bubbles formed out of the wound in her chest, bursting and releasing wisps of smoke. Why bother living?
To live. We'll go to San Francisco. Take the container with us. Start fresh.
We don't even know what's inside. If it's even worth anything.
Half the city killed itself over that metal box. Gotta be worth something. Just hang in there. We'll take you with us. We'll keep our heads low, wait for everything to blow over, then come back for Juliana.
Don't remember who said it. Melina's breathing had become shallow. Life without risks is not worth living. If you don't risk your life, then you're just a living dead person. Aya shut her eyes. Tears streaked down her dust-covered cheeks. I never told you what Warden had on me, Melina said in a whisper. How he got me into this mess. She closed her eyes. It seemed in that moment she wouldn't finish speaking, that she would never say another word. To her surprise, she meant she would never have shocks.
Gotta be worth something. Just hang in there. We'll take you with us. We'll keep our heads low, wait for everything to blow over, then come back for Juliana.
Don't remember who said it. Melina's breathing had become shallow. Life without risks is not worth living. If you don't risk your life, then you're just a living dead person. Aya shut her eyes. Tears streaked down her dust-covered cheeks. I never told you what Warden had on me, Melina said in a whisper. How he got me into this mess. She closed her eyes. It seemed in that moment she wouldn't finish speaking, that she would never say another word. Tears streaked down her dust-covered cheeks. I never told you what Warden had on me, Melina said in a whisper. How he got me into this mess. She closed her eyes. It seemed in that moment she wouldn't finish speaking, that she would never say another word. To her surprise, she managed to draw a deep breath.
You don't have to if you don't want to,
Aya answered.
Just don't fall asleep. We're almost there.
Nobody forced me. She tried to lift the cigarette to her lips. Her hand made it halfway before it dropped to her lap. I just wanted to feel alive. To break through the black wall, one had to find it first. Easier said than done. It wasn't a physical barrier, which meant it wasn't located in any specific place. It was only natural. Nobody could harm you through the net if they couldn't play. And made it halfway before it dropped to her lap. I just wanted to feel alive. To break through the black wall, one had to find it first. Easier said than done. It wasn't a physical barrier, which meant it wasn't located in any specific place. It was only natural. Nobody could harm you through the net if they couldn't locate you. Albert had learned that the hard way after Maelstrom had tracked him down. And though he wasn't convinced by his latest methods, nobody had managed to get a fix on him since then. Using his Tier 3 running gear, he unleashed a horde of programs into the net, whose sole purpose was to attempt a breach protocol of any security system they ran into. Some actually succeeded, but that wasn't the point. What was more important was how the systems reacted. If the blowback was swift and efficient, they had probably bumped into a Corpo data fortress or the activities of another well-protected netrunner. But there were some defense measures that matched what Albert knew about how the Blackwall functioned. Its systems, for instance, would try to trace the attacker's source and plant decoys in the guise of fake access points. Of course, the demons didn't transmit data back to Albert himself, or to any specific source. Instead, they dumped the raw data in a BBS feed. Then, all one needed to do was sift through the data using an unencrypted connection. If someone wanted to trace the culprit, they'd be combing through hundreds of thousands of ordinary users. For every demon that met this reaction, Albert had found one more target for the Tauron. Hundreds of them. Even though the Blackwall structure was decentralized, his access point to the net would be crucial. Preferably somewhere that had high bandwidth and that was far away from NetSec activity. A cluster of antennas providing high-speed connections for Chu-2 and other fuel companies south of Pacifica fit both of those criteria. The original plan was to wait for his ride out of the city on the building's roof. Except Albert wasn't intending to go anywhere. At least, not physically. Until then, he dove into a new pocket within his cave and downloaded an iridescent gray string of code from his supply of programs, shaped like a small missile for variety's sake. The program had only 2 tasks: to transmit a message and then self-destruct to erase all traces of itself. Albert scripted the message and then sent the program on its fatal mission. He didn't put any effort into rendering an animation of the launch, so the program simply vanished while he went back to his previous tasks. The entire process lasted 1/15 of a second. In 3 seconds, NC air traffic control would be notified by a message reading, "Hijacked TTAV. Attempt to flee NC in progress." If you could count on people to do one thing, it was to stop whatever they were doing and watch an AV land in the middle of the street. This time was no exception. Out of seemingly empty buildings, people emerged, either half asleep, drunk, or skezzed. Brain dance and TV were exciting, but some things just couldn't compare to real space. Torn out of their virtual dreams, the zombified onlookers stared as the AV touched down on the road. The pickup tow truck stood exactly where they had left it. The look of the cargo underneath the tarp was enough to scare off any petty thieves. The ire it could draw from Militech or one of Night City's gangs wasn't worth the trouble. Aya pulled off the tarp and Zor hooked the 2 AV cables up to the container, which then started to pull it, nearly flipping the pickup over before it thumped onto the ground. No time for finesse. Still, it took less than a minute for the cables to drag the container across the concrete before lifting it up into the cargo hold. They'd have to leave the door open. It didn't fit inside, but there was no choice. It was their ticket to a future, any future, outside of Night City. "We need to lay low somewhere," Aya said. "Then go back for Juliana." Zor shook his head. "Can't stay in Night City." He opened a panel in the cockpit and tore out a device hidden within it, the transponder. "But we have to find a way." "She's safer with Maelstrom." Zor laid his hands on her shoulders and looked her straight in the eyes. "Everybody's looking for us. Nobody's looking for her." Over before it thumped onto the ground. No time for finesse. Still, it took less than a minute for the cables to drag the container across the concrete before lifting it up into the cargo hold. They'd have to leave the door open. It didn't fit inside, but there was no choice. It was their ticket to a future, any future, outside of Night City. "We need to lay low somewhere," Aya said. "Then go back for Juliana. We need to let the touch down on the road." The pickup tow truck stood exactly where they had left it. The look of the cargo underneath the tarp was enough to scare off any petty thieves. The ire it could draw from Militech or one of Night City's gangs wasn't worth the trouble. Aya pulled off the tarp and Zor hooked the 2 AV cables up to the container, which then started to pull it, nearly flipping the pickup over before it thumped onto the ground. No time for finesse. Still, it took less than a minute for the cables to drag the container across the concrete before lifting it up into the cargo hold. They'd have to leave the door open. It didn't fit inside, but there was no choice. And then self-destruct to erase all traces of itself. Albert scripted the message, not physically. For his boat providing high-speed connections for Chu 2 and other fuel companies south of Pacifica fit both of those criteria. Even though the Blackwall structure was decentralized, his access point to the net would be crucial. Preferably somewhere that had high bandwidth and that was far away from NetSec activity. A cluster of antennas providing high-speed connections for Chu 2 and other fuel companies south of Pacifica fit both of those criteria. The original plan was to wait for his ride out of the city on the building's roof. Except Albert wasn't intending to go anywhere. At least, not physically. Until then, he dove into a new pocket within his cave and downloaded an iridescent gray string of code from his supply of programs, shaped like a small missile for variety's sake. The program had only 2 tasks: to transmit a message and then self-destruct to erase all traces of itself. Albert scripted the message and then sent the program on its fatal mission. He didn't put any effort into rendering an animation of the launch, so the program simply vanished while he went back to his previous tasks. The entire process lasted 1/15 of a second. In 3 seconds, NC air traffic control would be notified by a message reading, "Hijacked TTAV. Attempt to flee NC in progress." If you could count on people to do one thing, it was to stop whatever they were doing and watch an AV land in the middle of the street. This time was no exception. Out of seemingly empty buildings, people emerged, either half asleep, drunk, or skezzed. Brain dance and TV were exciting, but some things just couldn't compare to real space. Torn out of their virtual dreams, the zombified onlookers stared as the AV touched down on the road. The pickup tow truck stood exactly where they had left it. The look of the cargo underneath the tarp was enough to scare off any petty thieves. The ire it could draw from Militech or one of Night City's gangs wasn't worth the trouble. Aya pulled off the tarp and Zor hooked the 2 AV cables up to the container, which then started to pull it, nearly flipping the pickup over before it thumped onto the ground. No time for finesse. Still, it took less than a minute for the cables to drag the container across the concrete before lifting it up into the cargo hold. They'd have to leave the door open. It didn't fit inside, but there was no choice. It was their ticket to a future, any future, outside of Night City. "We need to lay low somewhere," Aya said. "Then go back for Juliana." Zor shook his head. "Can't stay in Night City." He opened a panel in the cockpit and tore out a device hidden within it, the transponder. "But we have to find a way." "She's safer with Maelstrom." Zor laid his hands on her shoulders and looked her straight in the eyes. "Everybody's looking for us. Nobody's looking for her." "But I can't just leave her."
"Listen, my entire life's just been turned upside down. It's like I lost my wife and son for the 2nd time, except now everything's gone. Even my memories. Fake memories that they implanted into my brain."
He held his face in his hands. Aya hugged him tight.
"I don't even know who I really am anymore."
He straightened up.
"But I know this is what I have to do. To save what's real. To save you and me. Both of us. No idea how we'll make it to San Francisco. There's a chance they won't open fire on us over the demilitarized zone. We're flying a medical vehicle. After some time, when they stop looking for us, we'll come back for Juliana. I promise. She'll be safer here."
He omitted the suspicion that Juliana would never want to leave Maelstrom. Now was not the time to tell Aya. Maybe she already knew it too. But they had more important things to deal with. He finished fastening the container with the strap belts. The gray container conspicuously stuck out of the door by 3 feet. He glanced over the AV's programs, half of which reported malfunctions. He rebooted. The nav display lit up red, displaying text along with an automated voice that read, "Night City airspace has been closed. Please direct your vehicle to the nearest landing zone." What? Aya leaned over the screen in disbelief. She could feel her other leg gradually going numb.
Albert! Zor switched on the comms. Drop what you're doing and go up on the roof. We'll meet you there in 30 seconds.
Not enough time, Albert replied. Need a few minutes.
We don't have a few minutes.
I need to pack my runner gear and a few other things.
Won't need it if you're dead. They've shut down NC airspace. Every single AV is about to land. They'll trace us in seconds.
Silence.
If autopilot was working, it would have already grounded us,
Zor said to himself, then turned to Aya.
How are you holding up?
Aya shook her head.
Can't feel my legs,
she answered. Zor's jaw tightened.
We can make it to San Francisco in an hour and a half. Find a ripper dock there and pay with whatever's in the container.
Aya knew that wasn't true, but said nothing. Zor slowed down and hovered over Albert's apartment building. He wasn't on the roof. Zor punched the transmitter switch.
Albert! Get on the roof! Now!
More and more positional lights were descending from the sky. Won't change anything, Albert calmly replied. The lockdown means that in a few minutes drones will open fire on anything that moves.
Gotta at least try. Won't make it if we stay.
Might be another way. I can guide you from here.
How? You won't bypass the air defense system. It's Army grade.
Maybe not, but I can run interference for a bit. Just need you to grant me access to ARS-03.
ARS what? What the hell are you talking about?
One of your implants has a ton of processing power. I can use that to buy us some time.
Zor shook his head. I don't know how to do that. I don't even have access to my cyberware configuration.
Focus. There has to be an emergency override protocol. There always is. The tower of green cubes rose taller than any of his code pillars. His memories, waiting to be uploaded, crowned with the tar on. Without it, the rest wouldn't be able to follow. The tower grew pixel by pixel as more cubes appeared at the bottom. Albert felt something close to sadness. Any minute now, the process would have to be terminated. No, he corrected himself. The copy was ready. This was just window dressing. What if everything he'd read about all the knowledge he'd acquired wasn't true? What if Zor really didn't have access to ARS-03? He didn't control it. That much was clear. It functioned independently, removing unnecessary thoughts from the soldier's mind. Doubts. But an emergency situation called for emergency measures. If this didn't work, everything would be lost. There was no plan B. Everything that Albert had felt up to this point paled in comparison to what he felt now. Emotions of a different caliber, all jumbled together. Perhaps the last new emotions he would ever feel. He was completely at the whim of another person. That most random of factors. Something he'd always strived to avoid. Pacifica. Below them, only a few lights. A smattering of trash can bonfires. Hardly any ads. Other AVs, even Aerozeps, were making their descent, replaced in the sky by patrol drones. Ever louder warnings came from the AV's propulsion system. The entire cockpit was flashing red.
90 minutes till we're in San Francisco.
Zor squeezed Aya's hand. She nodded. She knew how the situation truly looked. It would take 2, maybe 3 hours to reach San Francisco. First, they'd have to fly through Pacifica, where fewer drones ventured, then head in a straight line through the desert and loop back all the way around the city and beeline it north. And what was waiting for them in San Francisco anyway? Neither of them had ever been there before. They didn't know the lay of the land, knew nobody who lived there, and had no money. San Francisco might as well have been on the other side of the continent. Granted, whatever the container held could be worth a fortune, but the more valuable it was, the harder it would be to sell. "Stop." Albert's voice unexpectedly reached them.
"There aren't any drones in front of us," Zor answered. "We can get out of the city."
"You won't. They'll shoot you down once you're out. I need to create a secure corridor."
Zor had no intention to wait.
"They'll kill you," Albert repeated firmly. "Stop where you are and stand by for my signal." The Blackwall didn't use the same net index routing protocols as other entities in the net, though every byte that passed through the net had to communicate with it in some way. The Blackwall also required regular maintenance and exchanged colossal amounts of data with its control centers and multitude of sections. It also seemingly had no physical infrastructure, such as fiber optic cables. It used isolated and encrypted data streams within the standard net inaccessible to the hoi polloi. But there were ways of getting to it, such as ARS-03. Everything depended on ARS-03 remaining long enough within the antenna's range, giving the Tauron enough time to break through the Blackwall and transfer its data payload. A blinking red light in the sky rotated and descended in an arc until it reached an altitude of 150 feet. It headed straight toward them from the bay.
"Albert!" Zor shouted. "What's the plan?"
"Working on it." Zor slammed his fist against the dashboard.
"Could have been long gone by now. They'll shoot us down no matter what now."
The corporate drone stopped a few yards from the AV and hovered in place. The attack was too big, too brazen to go unnoticed. Albert didn't bother encrypting the transmission to mask its source, which would only slow down the transfer. All processing power had to be geared toward transferring the data and keeping the connection open until all the data packets made it to the other side. ARS-03 would then be identified as the source of the attack, but that was neither here nor there. Thousands of Taurons spread through the net, even more than that as they infiltrated through inconspicuous connections between seemingly separate networks. They rammed all the predefined points scattered throughout the net. Seconds passed, but nothing happened. He was starting to get annoyed. If this lasted any longer, the Blackwall security would update itself, alter its form, and the Tauron would become obsolete. The Arasaka drone hovered in front of them, against a black sky. The city's glow didn't reach farther out. The drone flashed holographic messages that left no doubt as to its intentions.
"Albert!"
The drone stopped displaying messages. It simply hovered in place, muzzles visible, a blue police light strobing alongside blinking red positional lights. Aya held her one functioning hand out to Zor. He grabbed hold and squeezed tight. The drone could open fire at any second.
"Albert!"
Zor asked.
"Could really use your help right now!"
No answer. If a drone's barrels were drawn, that meant you were in deep shit. It was the only thing standing between them and freedom.
"Albert,"
Aya begged.
"Come in, please!"
The program communicating with ARS-03's host reported an error. Albert grudgingly turned part of his attention to solving this little side riddle, though it demanded barely any effort. The self-replicating Taurons was an automated process, though if one of them broke through, it would require him to refocus all his power and attention. He scanned the situation. The corporate drone's ballistic defense systems were trained on the AV containing the host of ARS-03 and was issuing orders to land. Albert didn't know enough about corporate drones to gauge their patience. How much time before it opened fire? 10 seconds? Half a minute?
Unless it wasn't allowed to take the first shot.
"You need to dock at the nearest landing zone," they heard from the speakers.
"Are you insane?" Zor shouted. "In a few minutes, this place will be swarming with badges."
"Just land. I'm working on it. Can't talk right now." They could give in to the drone's demands and land. It would hover just above them, keeping a watchful eye until the NCPD showed up in full force. Or more likely, max tech. Then the entire plan would go to shit.
"I can't believe him,"
Aya said. Her position was getting more and more unnatural. Zor took a deep breath.
They couldn't stay here.
"Won't last here till daybreak,"
he evaluated. "I need access to ARS-03, Albert insisted. Zor closed his eyes and tried to concentrate, though he had no clue where to start. He transmitted a thought command to his implant. Nothing happened. He turned to the drone. Only one chance to do this right. It was a target like any other. Zor flicked up the joystick's safety cover and held his thumb over the button. He felt only smooth, hard plastic. There was no launch button.
Trauma Team AVs don't come with rocket systems.
ARS-03, log 63094. Emergency security systems bypass initiated. External operator access authorized.
Rocket button. Trauma Team AVs don't come with rocket systems.
ARS-03, log 63094. Emergency security systems bypass initiated. External operator access authorized. Zor's eyelids flutter. His head falls forward. He feels a sudden exhaustion. It's already too late. Black rain battering the windshield. He pushes the throttle forward, the acceleration slamming him into his seat as he soars back into the night. The glow of the city extinguished. Fire on the horizon.
The Taron had made it through. The green cubes glided toward the virtual opening at the bottom of his cyberspace.
It's already too late. Black rain battering the windshield. He pushes the throttle forward, the acceleration slamming him into his seat as he soars back into the night. The glow of the city extinct to the Op 94. Emergency plastic. Zor flicked up the joystick's safety cover and held his thumb over the button. He felt only smooth, hard plastic. There was no launch button.
Trauma Team AVs don't come with rocket systems.
ARS-03, log 63094. Emergency security systems bypass initiated. External operator access authorized. Zor's eyelids flutter. His head falls forward. He feels a sudden exhaustion. It's already too late. Black rain battering the windshield. He pushes the throttle forward, the acceleration slamming him into his seat as he soars back into the night. The glow of the city extinguished. Fire on the horizon.
The Taron had made it through. The green cubes glided toward the virtual opening at the bottom of his cyberspace den. Albert connected to ARS-03's interface and created a new workspace within it. He had never operated with such speed, felt such adrenaline. He perceived a bright light above him. The tower of green memories rapidly thrust itself toward the open connection with ARS-03. It worked! He had access! His father would be proud of him. He, Albert, doing something that nobody had ever done before. But the upload was too slow. He needed more power for the upload, or else it wouldn't even last a few minutes. They'd shoot them down before then. Why couldn't they just land? It would make everything so much easier. But that was irrelevant now. All that mattered was the upload speed. No, he couldn't risk it. He'd have to divert some processing power to deal with the drone. If it shot down the AV, ARS-03 and Zor's head could get damaged and cut the transfer.
Nicole. He came to and looked at Aya. She was hunched over, unable to sit properly any longer. He set the engine cooling to its maximum. The AC stopped working, but he needed all the juice he could get. He pulled the yoke all the way back, raising the AV's nose to the whirring of engines. The trick worked. The drone began ascending in preparation for a pursuit. He couldn't see into the future, couldn't predict all of the AV's potential trajectories. Zor lowered the power to 53% and tilted the yoke forward by 42 degrees. No more, no less. He readied himself for a quick left rotation. The drone opened fire with a short volley, pummeling the AV's hull, but it couldn't maneuver quickly enough to avoid collision a second later. It tried to dodge the AV from the left, but in that very moment, Zor swung toward it. The AV shook. The container slammed against the wall. The difference in mass was too great. The drone shattered in half and plummeted to the ground like a dead mosquito. The upload had all but stopped. The power allocated for it had decreased by a factor of 4. Albert abandoned his preparation to confuse the drone. One drone had already been dealt with by ARSO-3. The drone's processing power was at least 1 billion times less. Of course it would lose. The immediate threat was gone. But there was more where that came from. The green cubes hurtled through the bright tunnel toward a new life. The visual animation was simple, but it made sense. Without it, he would only see matrices of pure code. Hey. The upload returned to its normal speed, but just for a moment. Then, it started to slow down in increments. They were flying away. They were leaving the antenna's range. More indicator lights flashed. The alarms combined were a cacophonous chorus. The stench of burning coolant became more pungent. A rumble from outside, sparks flew past them as they cut through the air. Zor sliced a wide arc around the east of the city and set their trajectory north, flying low to confuse corporate and NCPD radars. Without the transponder, they were invisible to air traffic control. Disused oil pumps passed below them until giving way to rocks and sand. It's already too late. Black rain battering the windshield. No, it wasn't too late. There was no rain. The sky was clear. The moon was out. Land, Albert shouted through the speakers. They'll shoot you. Zor gripped the yoke tighter, the desert passing beneath them. It was getting harder to collect his thoughts. Yes. He remembered now. They were escaping Night City. Whatever was inside the container was their ticket to a fresh start. Gotta keep going. Aya's voice pierced the din. Zor switched the only working monitor to radar mode. Nothing. Just another error. Didn't change a thing. They had no way to defend themselves. No choice but to fly away at full tilt toward the edge of Night City airspace. Zor wiped the sweat from his brow. It was getting hotter in the cockpit. AC was busted. Sparks burst from the hood. What was under there? Batteries? No, those aren't sparks. It's fire. Land. The seat next to him is empty. Aya's gone. The fire rages 1/2 mile away, but he can feel the heat. Arasaka's Onyx ships ahead, blacker than the bay at its deepest. He flicks the safety cover with his thumb, hovers above the button. Land! His squad leader is in the seat next to him, pointing through the windshield. Flames reflecting off his black visor. Smooth, hard plastic. There was never any launch button. 3 cars are on fire, pile up on the beltway. Fire's about to spread to the other cars. He has to act fast. Land upwind. Avoid all obstacles. Make sure the entire landing zone's clear. Can't control your surroundings after the last dozen feet. When the AV's less than 3 feet from the ground, Zor pulls the lever. The door opens. The gangway extends. What were they doing? Albert watched helplessly as the transfer slowed to a trickle. His vertical train of memory stuttered in place. I said, "Hey." There was still a third left to transfer. 3 minutes at this rate. If ARS-03 didn't slow down, he'd be out of the antenna's range in 90 seconds. Why weren't they slowing down? Why couldn't they just land? He wished he could manually shove the cubes through the tunnel. But it was only a rendered animation, and he had no actual hands. He was just a matrix of code. "Wasn't supposed to go like this," he said to himself. It never was. Albert suddenly realized he'd been hearing a voice. Not his own. He checked the audio channels. The only one open was Zor and Aya's. "Can't switch me off. I'm right here with you." "Here where?" "Right next to you."
Zor! Zor!
Nicole? The engines gradually lose power, followed by the hydraulic systems. The horizon comes into view. The desert sand rapidly approaches the nose. The AV can't glide. Soldiers file down the gangway. 2 kneel in front of it to secure the area, training their rifles on the people fleeing their vehicles. Eastern Beltway. Luckily, they got here in good time. Shouts from behind. Someone's crawling on the blacktop. Another is crying for help. The squad leader and 4th soldier rush toward the target. Their trauma team insignia glows in the light of the flames. The brands of the small city cars are too hard to distinguish amid the destruction. Inside one of them sits a boy, around 8 years old. He pounds his fist against the jammed door, his screams barely audible. Hands on the yoke. Don't look. He can feel the heat through the windshield. 50 yards away, 2 armed medics escort a corpo woman from a limo. The woman is limping. They help her step over a person crawling toward the guardrail. It's already too late. Too late for the rest. The ambulances won't get here in time. How many dead already? How many more will die? He looks at the boy. The fire is already eating its way through the back. It's too late. The desert sand is getting closer. You messed up. Again. Secured everything except your neuroport. Albert scrolled back through his memories. Damn! He'd forgotten about his neuroport ever since he'd chipped the C-link in the back of his head. Didn't even have to crack it. There was no password. Door was wide open. Albert watched as the green cubes became slower. He flitted around his den, desperately checking the code for a way to get rid of the intruder. His physical safety was lower priority. He had to maintain the upload at all costs. After that, Albert would be long gone on the other side of the black wall. Who are you? He asked. Think I get what you're up to. If you disconnect now, it'll all be for nothing, right? True, but he wasn't about to admit it. Saved you the trouble, the voice continued. Already disabled any possibility to jack out. Albert looked at his virtual emergency disconnect button. It was gone, replaced by a useless fragment of code. All he had to do was hold out till the end. The upload speed finally stabilized, though it was still slow. ARS-03 had come to a standstill. 2 minutes, and it'd all be over. What do you want? Albert asked. He's already made up his mind. He won't sit by and let it happen. He tears himself away from his seat and dashes through the twisted, burning metal across the freeway. Help! Zor shouts. It'll only take a second. Get back here. The voice orders over the comms. You're a pilot, not a medic. The 2 soldiers securing the area don't know what to do. They weren't trained for this kind of situation. Just fucking help me. He tries to pull the door open. He doesn't have any strength-enhancing cyberware. He's a pilot, after all.
Get back to the AV.
The corpo notices him and stops, more intrigued by the situation than afraid. Her short dark hair wavers in the hot, smoke-filled air. The soldiers stare at him, waiting for further orders. He can't pull the boy out alone. The fire will burn him alive. He feels the heat through his visor. He backs away.
Jay!
The squad leader draws his weapon and aims at him.
The fuck are you doing?
Jay doesn't have any strength-enhancing implants. He's a pilot, but he knows how to shoot. He draws his pistol and fires. Wanted to flatline all of you, but oh well. You'll have to do.
I have resources.
Albert tried to keep his mind clear. 1 minute left until the transfer completed.
You can have them.
You know it's not actually me talking. You're talking to my program. He doesn't listen that well.
Why did you come here?
Albert watched as the cubes moved up through the tunnel. 30 seconds. I have no questions for you, and I'm not interested in hearing your answers. The intruder was invisible, but so was Albert. There had never been any reason to create an avatar. He'd always been here alone. The final cube made it through the tunnel. Albert sighed with relief. Only problem was that he was still in his body. He'd always imagined himself being reborn on the other side, a digital ghost shed of its biological trappings. But he knew that the body would stay, its consciousness imprisoned within it. Copying isn't transferring. He knew that, but never thought of the future from that perspective, never cared about the technical details of destroying the original. This was stupid. How was he still here while his other self was already on the way to its new happy life? Was it a question of chance? Luck? No, of course not. Albert was here and there at the same time. He somehow felt himself cleave into two halves, except they were no longer connected to each other. Now, to complete the procedure, he had to destroy the original.
He didn't want to be destroyed. We can work something out, he said.
I don't like to talk. I prefer to think, thought share. Except, I don't have anyone to share my thoughts with anymore. And it's all your fault. That's why you have to die. Hurtling through the desert night. It's too late. The AV's taken too much damage. Won't last long.
Soar! Soar!
Nicole. Aya. He opened his eyes. It was the neighborhood. Here. Where it all started. Ended. All he saw was a desert. No sign of destruction, streets, anything. Just a desert where no houses ever stood.
Soar!
He gripped the yoke. He pulled it up, struggling to raise the nose until it was horizontal. Impact. The roar of metal tearing. Darkness. Pain. Numbed slightly by his suit's suppressors, but still there. That'll have to do, the voice said. Your death will suffice. Albert's body was useless. He couldn't do a thing. He was still jacked into the net, submerged in cyberspace. He launched a drone from the roof and flew it up a few feet, toggling to 360-degree view. He saw a skinny body on a chair, his Tier 3 Netrunner suit in tatters. The young Maelstromer stood over him, almost a kid, perfectly white hair. The long, claw-like blade stabbed the body in the chair once more. His body. Blood spilled onto the floor, pooling. It trickled toward the edge of the tiles, halted for a second, then spilled onto the naked concrete. He felt a strange sensation. All of his worries seemed to disappear, replaced with a mixture of indifference and the conviction that this was always how it was supposed to end. His sense of self slowly dissolved as he observed the process of his outdated, imperfect body being rendered slowly obsolete. The kid drew back, the bloody knife in his hand, a mantis blade fragment wrapped in duct tape. That was the last thing Albert saw before he, the original, was gone. The murder. That lightly by he had to destroy the original. He didn't procedure. He doesn't listen that well. Why did you come here? Albert watched as the cubes moved up through the tunnel. 30 seconds. I have no questions for you, and I'm not interested in hearing your answers. The intruder was invisible, but so was Albert. There had never been any reason to create an avatar. He'd always been here alone. The final cube made it through the tunnel. Albert sighed with relief. Only problem was that he was still in his body. He'd always imagined himself being reborn on the other side, a digital ghost shed of its biological trappings. But he knew that the body would stay, its consciousness imprisoned within it. Copying isn't transferring. He knew that, but never thought of the future from that perspective, never cared about the technical details of destroying the original. This was stupid. How was he still here while his other self was already on the way to its new happy life? Was it a question of chance? Luck? No, of course not. Albert was here and there at the same time. He somehow felt himself cleave into two halves, except they were no longer connected to each other. Now, to complete the procedure, he had to destroy the original. He didn't want to be destroyed. We can work something out, he said. I don't like to talk. I prefer to think, thought share. Except I don't have anyone to share my thoughts with anymore, and it's all your fault. That's why you have to die. Hurtling through the desert night. It's too late. The AV's taken too much damage. Won't last long. Soar! Soar! Nicole. Aya. He opened his eyes. It was the neighborhood. Here. Where it all started. Ended. All he saw was a desert. No sign of destruction, streets, anything. Just a desert where no houses ever stood. Soar! He gripped the yoke. He pulled it up, struggling to raise the nose until it was horizontal. Impact. The roar of metal tearing. Darkness. Pain. Numbed slightly by his suit's suppressors, but still there. That'll have to do, the voice said. Your death will suffice. Albert's body was useless. He couldn't do a thing. He was still jacked into the net, submerged in cyberspace. He launched a drone from the roof and flew it up a few feet, toggling to 360-degree view. He saw a skinny body on a chair, his Tier 3 Netrunner suit in tatters. The young maelstrommer stood over him, almost a kid, perfectly white hair. The long, claw-like blade stabbed the body in the chair once more. His body. Blood spilled onto the floor, pooling. It trickled toward the edge of the tiles, halted for a second, then spilled onto the naked concrete. He felt a strange sensation. All of his worries seemed to disappear, replaced with a mixture of indifference and the conviction that this was always how it was supposed to end. His sense of self slowly dissolved as he observed the process of his outdated, imperfect body dissolve. He was still Jack Albert's body, just a desert where no of destruction, he said. I don't like to talk. I prefer to think, thought share. Except I don't have anyone to share my thoughts with anymore, and it's all your fault. That's why you have to die. Hurtling through the desert night. It's too late. The AV's taken too much damage. Won't last long. Soar! Soar! Nicole. Aya. He opened his eyes. It was the neighborhood, here, where it all started, ended. All he saw was a desert. No sign of destruction, streets, anything. Just a desert where no houses ever stood. Soar! He gripped the yoke. He pulled it up, struggling to raise the nose until it was horizontal. Impact. The roar of metal tearing. Darkness. Pain. Numbed slightly by his suit's suppressors, but still there. That'll have to do, the voice said. Your death will suffice. Albert's body was useless. He couldn't do a thing. He was still jacked into the net, submerged in cyberspace. He launched a drone from the roof and flew it up a few feet, toggling to 360-degree view of the desert. Soar! That's why you have to die. Hurtling through the desert night. It's too late. The AV's taken too much damage. Won't last long. Soar! Soar! Nicole. Aya. He opened his eyes. It was the neighborhood, here, where it all started, ended. All he saw was a desert. No sign of destruction, streets, anything. Just a desert where no houses ever stood. Soar! He gripped the yoke. He pulled it up, struggling to raise the nose until it was horizontal. Impact. The roar of metal tearing. Darkness. Pain. Numbed slightly by his suit's suppressors, but still there. That'll have to do, the voice said. Your death will suffice. Albert's body was useless. He couldn't do a thing. He was still jacked into the net, submerged in cyberspace. He launched a drone from the roof and flew it up a few feet, toggling to 360-degree view. He saw a skinny body on a chair, his Tier 3 Netrunner suit in tatters. The young maelstrommer stood over him, almost a kid, perfectly white hair. The long, claw-like blade stabbed the body in the chair once more. His body. Blood spilled onto the floor, pooling. It trickled toward the edge of the tiles, halted for a second, then spilled onto the naked concrete. He felt a strange sensation. All of his worries seemed to disappear, replaced with a mixture of indifference and the conviction that this was always how it was supposed to end. His sense of self slowly dissolved as he observed the process of his outdated, imperfect body him, almost a kid. Death will suffice. Albert, the roar of metal tearing. Darkness. Pain. Numbed slightly by his suit's suppressors, but still there. That'll have to do, the voice said. Your death will suffice. Albert's body was useless. He couldn't do a thing. He was still jacked into the net, submerged in cyberspace. He launched a drone from the roof and flew it up a few feet, toggling to 360-degree view. He saw a skinny body on a chair, his Tier 3 Netrunner suit in tatters. The young maelstrommer stood over him, almost a kid, perfectly white hair. The long claw-like blade stabbed the body in the chair once more. His body. Blood spilled onto the floor, pooling. It trickled toward the edge of the tiles, halted for a second, then spilled onto the naked concrete. He felt a strange sensation. All of his worries seemed to disappear, replaced with a mixture of indifference and the conviction that this was always how it was supposed to end. His sense of self slowly dissolved as he observed the process of his outdated, imperfect body being rendered slowly obsolete. The kid drew back, the bloody knife in his hand, a mantis blade fragment wrapped in duct tape. That was the last thing Albert saw before he, the original, was gone. ARS-03, log 63127. ARS original, the floor pooling, to 360-degree view. He didn't do a thing. He was still jacked into the net, submerged in cyberspace. He launched a drone from the roof and flew it up a few feet, toggling to 360-degree view. He saw a skinny body on a chair, his Tier 3 Netrunner suit in tatters. The young maelstrommer stood over him, almost a kid, perfectly white hair. The long claw-like blade stabbed the body in the chair once more. His body. Blood spilled onto the floor, pooling. It trickled toward the edge of the tiles, halted for a second, then spilled onto the naked concrete. He felt a strange sensation. All of his worries seemed to disappear, replaced with a mixture of indifference and the conviction that this was always how it was supposed to end. His sense of self slowly dissolved as he observed the process of his outdated, imperfect body being rendered slowly obsolete. The kid drew back, the bloody knife in his hand, a mantis blade fragment wrapped in duct tape. That was the last thing Albert saw before he, the original, was gone. ARS-03, log 63127. Emergency mode. Activity limited. Subsystems detected, 118. Subsystems active, 84. Unsecured devices, 0. Regeneration in progress. Reboot. Coming to felt like being booted up into a new operating system. Status report, emergencies, supplies, possibilities. Pain in his leg, or more like a report of pain. But all of that was secondary to... "You alive?" He touched Aya's arm. She nodded, signaling that she didn't need help. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'll get us out of this." Smoke billowed out the broken windows. He couldn't stand. One leg was probably broken. He wasn't certain. His auto-diagnostics was busted too. He unbuckled and dragged himself toward Aya and clasped her tight. "We'll start over in San Francisco." "I'm sorry for all of it." She couldn't do anything. She had no control over her body. Zor pulled himself toward the container, blocking the exit. The force of the impact broke off its door. The control panel displayed a malfunction. If there was something, anything, that could help them, it was in that container. He crawled to it, leaned against its side, pulled the door, and peered within. Dixie remained in Albert's den a little longer. He didn't know what all the code pillars and libraries suspended in the void were for. He didn't care. He could spare a couple of days digging through it, understanding the architecture of the place. He didn't have the slightest desire to do anything anymore. He moved farther and looked through the bright tunnel. On the other side, ravenous, invisible entities were tearing apart the data packets. He had no clue why, or what they were. He sealed the tunnel before the last green cube was devoured. The AV lay on its side, leaned against its side. It was in that. He couldn't stand. One leg was probably broken. He wasn't certain. His auto-diagnosis, too, felt like being booted up into a new operating system. Status report, emergencies, supplies, possibilities. Pain in his leg. Or more like a report of pain. But all of that was secondary, too. "You alive?" He touched Aya's arm. She nodded, signaling that she didn't need help. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'll get us out of this." Smoke billowed out the broken windows. He couldn't stand. One leg was probably broken. He wasn't certain. His auto-diagnostics was busted, too. He unbuckled and dragged himself toward Aya and clasped her tight. "We'll start over in San Francisco." "I'm sorry for all of it." She couldn't do anything. She had no control over her body. Zor pulled himself toward the container, blocking the exit. The force of the impact broke off its door. The control panel displayed a malfunction. If there was something, anything, that could help them, it was in that container. He crawled to it, leaned against its side, pulled the door, and peered within. Dixie remained in Albert's den a little longer. He didn't know what all the code pillars and libraries suspended in the void were for. He didn't care. He could spare a couple of days digging through it, understanding the architecture of the place. He didn't have the slightest desire to do anything anymore. He moved farther and looked through the bright tunnel. On the other side, ravenous, invisible entities were tearing apart the data packets. He had no clue why, or what they were. He sealed the tunnel before the last green cube was devoured. The AV lay on its side, bow buried in the sand. The AVs in pursuit landed at a safe distance. Footsteps on the sand, dark silhouettes, rifles drawn. The sun peeked over the horizon with the approaching dawn. They circled around both sides of the wreck, cautious, though without need. The man was half sitting, half lying against the hull. He was wounded, too weak to put up any resistance, his breathing barely noticeable. They stopped in front of him, lowering their weapons. The first cool rays of sunlight illuminated the desert from one end to the other, leaving the recesses between the dunes deep in shadow. The man in the charcoal suit approached and peered through the broken windows. In the co-pilot's seat was a young woman, her limbs painfully contorted. "Job well done. Congratulations." Stanley blinked, a twinkle of blue in his eyes. Her body suddenly relaxed, still held in place by the straps. He walked farther. The nearly torn open hull revealed the wreckage inside. It was hard to name the objects, now charred beyond recognition. The smell of burnt choo-choo and blood hung thick in the air. The man sitting against the hull stared blankly ahead. Stanley blinked, thought dictating a brief message. "ARS-03 trial unsuccessful. Prepare ARS-04. He stepped back. A gray container jutted out of the AV's side, its lid forced open by the impact. Empty. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'll get us out of this." Smoke billowed out the broken windows. He couldn't stand. One leg was probably broken. He wasn't certain. His auto-diagnostics was busted, too. He unbuckled and dragged himself toward Aya and clasped her tight.
We'll start over in San Francisco.
I'm sorry for all of it.
She couldn't do anything. She had no control over her body. Zor pulled himself toward the container, blocking the exit. The force of the impact broke off its door. The control panel displayed a malfunction. If there was something, anything, that could help them, it was in that container. He crawled to it, leaned against its side, pulled the door, and peered within. Dixie remained in Albert's den a little longer. He didn't know what all the code pillars and libraries suspended in the void were for. He didn't care. He could spare a couple of days digging through it, understanding the architecture of the place. He didn't have the slightest desire to do anything anymore. He moved farther and looked through the bright tunnel. On the other side, ravenous, invisible entities were tearing apart the data packets. He had no clue why, or what they were. He sealed the tunnel before the last green cube was devoured. The AV lay on its side, bow buried in the sand. The AVs in pursuit landed at a safe distance. Footsteps on the sand, dark silhouettes, rifles drawn. The sun peeked over the horizon with the approaching dawn. They circled around both sides of the wreck, cautious, though without need. The man was half sitting, half lying against the hull. He was wounded, too weak to put up any resistance, his breathing barely noticeable. They stopped in front of him, lowering their weapons. The first cool rays of sunlight illuminated the desert from one end to the other, leaving the recesses between the dunes deep in shadow. The man in the charcoal suit approached and peered through the broken windows. In the co-pilot's seat was a young woman, her limbs painfully contorted.
Job well done. Congratulations.
Stanley blinked, a twinkle of blue in his eyes. Her body suddenly relaxed, still held in place by the straps. He walked farther. The nearly torn open hull revealed the wreckage inside. It was hard to name the objects, now charred beyond recognition. The smell of burnt choo-choo and blood hung thick in the air. The man sitting against the hull stared blankly ahead. Stanley blinked, thought dictating a brief message.
ARS-03 trial unsuccessful. Prepare ARS-04.
He stepped back. A gray container jutted out of the AV's side, its lid forced open by the impact.
Empty. You alive?
He touched Aya's arm. She nodded, signaling that she didn't need help.
I'm sorry,
she whispered.
I'll get us out of this. Smoke billowed out the broken windows.
He couldn't stand. One leg was probably broken. He wasn't certain. His auto-diagnostics was busted, too. He unbuckled and dragged himself toward Aya and clasped her tight.
We'll start over in San Francisco.
I'm sorry for all of it.
She couldn't do anything. She had no control over her body. Zor pulled himself toward the container, blocking the exit. The force of the impact broke off its door. The control panel displayed a malfunction. If there was something, anything, that could help them, it was in that container. He crawled to it, leaned against its side, pulled the door, and peered within. Dixie remained in Albert's den a little longer. He didn't know what all the code pillars and libraries suspended in the void were for. He didn't care. He could spare a couple of days digging through it, understanding the architecture of the place. He didn't have the slightest desire to do anything anymore. He moved farther and looked through the bright tunnel. On the other side, ravenous, invisible entities were tearing apart the data packets. He had no clue why, or what they were. He sealed the tunnel before the last green cube was devoured. The AV lay on its side, bow buried in the sand. The AVs in pursuit landed at a safe distance. Footsteps on the sand, dark silhouettes, rifles drawn. The sun peeked over the horizon with the approaching dawn. They circled around both sides of the wreck, cautious, though without need. The man was half sitting, half lying against the hull. He was wounded, too weak to put up any resistance, his breathing barely noticeable. They stopped in front of him, lowering their weapons. His wound on. The sun peeked over the horizon. The AV lay on its side, bow buried in the sand. The AVs in pursuit landed at a safe distance. Footsteps on the sand, dark silhouettes, rifles drawn. The sun peeked over the horizon with the approaching dawn. They circled around both sides of the wreck, cautious, though without need. The man was half sitting, half lying against the hull. He was wounded, too weak to put up any resistance, his breathing barely noticeable. They stopped in front of him, lowering their weapons. The first cool rays of sunlight illuminated the desert from one end to the other, leaving the recesses between the dunes deep in shadow. The man in the charcoal suit approached and peered through the broken windows. In the co-pilot's seat was a young woman, her limbs painfully contorted.
Job well done. Congratulations.
Stanley blinked, a twinkle of blue in his eyes. Her body suddenly relaxed, still held in place by the straps. He walked farther. The nearly torn open hull revealed the wreckage inside. It was hard to name the objects, now charred beyond recognition. The smell of burnt choo-choo and blood hung thick in the air. The man sitting against the hull stared blankly ahead. Stanley blinked, thought dictating a brief message.
ARS-03 trial unsuccessful. Prepare ARS-04.
The wreckage inside. Body suddenly relaxed, still held in place by the straps. He walked farther. The nearly torn open hull revealed the wreckage inside. It was hard to name the objects, now charred beyond recognition. The smell of burnt choo-choo and blood hung thick in the air. The man sitting against the hull stared blankly ahead. Stanley blinked, thought dictating a brief message.
ARS-03 trial unsuccessful. Prepare ARS-04.
He stepped back. A pair hung thick in the air. The man sitting against the hull stared blankly ahead. Stanley blinked, thought dictating a brief message.
ARS-03 trial unsuccessful. Prepare ARS-04.
He stepped back. A gray container jutted out of the AV's side, its lid forced open by the impact. Empty. This has been a Hachette audio production of Cyberpunk 2077, No Coincidence. Written by Rafal Kosik and translated by Stefan Kialbasiewicz. Read by Jeremy Lee. Produced by Tom Meese. Directed by Adam James Connor at Simplify Productions. Editing, mixing, and post-production by Simplify Productions. Cyberpunk 2077 No Coincidence is also available in print and as an ebook from Orbit, a division of Hachette Book Group. For more Hachette audio productions, visit us at hachetteaudio.com. Thank you for listening. Text copyright 2023 by CD Projekt SA. Audio production copyright 2023 Hachette Audio. All rights reserved. Hachette Book Group supports the right to free expression and the value of copyright. The purpose of copyright is to encourage writers and artists to produce the creative works that enrich our culture. The duplicating, uploading, and distribution of this audiobook without permission is a theft of the author's intellectual property. If you would like permission to use material from the audiobook other than for review purposes, please contact permissions@hbgusa.com. Thank you for your support of the author's rights. This audiobook is a work of fiction. Names, characters, places, and incidents are either the product of the author's imagination or are used fictitiously, and any resemblance to actual persons, living or dead, events, or locales is entirely coincidental.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.
lost another day to pointless drudgery. So chipping away all my autonomy, a rodent in the race, unsung and underpaid. My colleagues sing to me like saints in cheap parade. Then it dropped us in the herd, and a nauseating burn on the corpus of the world, where the Compton is secured. Just the naked emperors and the rattling of the purse. I hunger for the hearse, 'cause nothing could be worse than a live limb as a limb in a dead anatomy. Wanna be dead than a link in a chain of
dealing with PSTD, anxiety, and depression. Permanently, I'm damaged. Back when we met, I was manic. Niggas caught me lacking, was too busy chasing the dragon. On some bullshit, you convinced me. Your music ain't itchy. Your latest disc is good as a frisbee. Ways wicked till they nail me to an iron cross. A nigga with lion paws, big dick, giant balls. Been wrestling with the thought of suicide, I'm lost. I get a lot of envy from the aura I give off. I'm the type to put my balls on your side, bro. Y'all be listening to music with your eyeballs. Gold watch on my wrist, bubble on my face. Want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Ooh, fucking nerds must have struck a nerve. One of these little motherfucking thirst buckets learn. You ain't a killer, you just a baby gorilla. Fuck around and catch a shell like armadillo. You soft as jello, amaretto sour in my cup. The power up, we doing titty bumps. Shots of 151 rum, nose powder make the strippers come. Ho, white grams go for $60. Look, no more hunger pain. A nigga trying to eat like bodegas and delicatessens. Love killing backpackers with lack of direction. No one cares about your message, kicking knowledge from back to the essence. No more hunger pain. A nigga trying to eat like bodegas and delicatessens. Love killing backpackers with lack of direction. No one cares about your message, kicking knowledge from back to the essence. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. No more hunger pain, a nigga trying to eat. No more hunger pain, a nigga trying to eat. No more hunger pain, a nigga trying to eat. No more hunger pain, a nigga trying to eat.
It was a passion for the ages, and in the end, yes, we paid the cost. A thing of beauty, I know, will never fade away. What did it to me? I know. Say what you had to say, but a thing of beauty will never fade away. Will never fade away.
Good morning, night city, a day in the life. I was on my own, catching a ride with the lady. Her hair hangs down past her thighs, blue and pistol shit. Satisfies, leather jacket, zipped up tight. Big ones come and look for lost and found. Iron beams, bright and night city, where your appetite waits you out to sunrise. She pulls my trigger, got me up alright. It's a danger pretty here in night city. Here in night city. Danger, pretty here in night city. I'm the reason I just can't believe the lies. And why do I so wanna call you? So what do you wanna do? What's your point of view? That boy is scared that you wanna get out. I had to say with you. What's your point of view? I know it's all for you. I don't wanna get, 'cause I really wanna stay at your house. And the palace looks out. But you know how much you want me all on and on. You wanna ignore, you wanna know. So get away, another way to feel like you did on yourself to know and let yourself go. You know you did lose your self-control. This is not a thing. Turn away, another way to be where you did on yourself to go. Let yourself go. Is that so what do you want to do? What's your point of view? That boy says that you wanna get out. I had to say with you. What's your point of view? I know it's all for you. I don't wanna get, 'cause I really wanna stay at your house. And the palace looks out. But you know how much you want me all on and on. You wanna ignore, you wanna know.
I'm just an angry old vet. I'm aiming straight for your head. Ain't got no reason speaking to you if we ain't breaking no bread. I got demons, I got ops trying to erase all my blessings. Dealing with PSTD, anxiety, and depression. Permanently, I'm damaged. Back when we met, I was manic. Niggas caught me lacking, was too busy chasing the dragon. On some bullshit, you can miss me. Your music ain't in cheap. Your latest disc is good as a frisbee. Ways wicked till they nail me to an iron cross. A nigga with lion paws, big dick, giant balls. Been wrestling with the thought of suicide, I'm lost. I get a lot of envy from the aura I give off. I'm the type to put my balls on your side raw. Y'all be listening to music with your eyeballs. Gold watch on my wrist, bubble on my face. Want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Ooh, fucking nerds must have struck a nerve. One of these little motherfucking thirst buckets learn. You ain't a killer, you just a baby gorilla. Fuck around and catch a shell like armadillo. You soft as jello, amaretto sour in my cup. The power up, we doing titty bumps. Shots of 151 rum, nose powder make the strippers come. Ho, white grams go for $60. Look, no more hunger pain. A nigga trying to eat like bodegas and delicatessens. Love killing backpackers with lack of direction. No one cares about your message, kicking knowledge from back to the essence. No more hunger pain. A nigga trying to eat like bodegas and delicatessens. Love killing backpackers with lack of direction. No one cares about your message, kicking knowledge from back to the essence. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. Want my money on the double, want my money on the double, want my money on the double, I don't come for play. No more hunger pain, a nigga trying to eat. No more hunger pain, a nigga trying to eat. No more hunger pain, a nigga trying to eat. No more hunger pain, a nigga trying to eat.
this waking dream, you have closed your eyes. There was a flame to take the things that we knew. As visions pass, I can see now you. World
on the screen.